on that score. The one there is a good bit of money about for is Shuffle the Deck, a horse who won a point-to-point for Derek O'Connor, of course, who basically has it's a bit of a nursery, isn't it, in points that he runs for the McManus team. So he's now with Ted Walsh, and he's pretty strong in the market. I mean, I don't know what he is now. He's about 7-2, but he was 11-2 5 or 6 minutes ago. So he could well be worth given the nod to, I think. Butch Cassidy has a similar sort of profile of that, in that he's unbeaten. In his case, he won a bumper at Balin Road. Looked a nice prospect that day, but seems no great level of confidence behind him on this occasion. So, the Elliott horse, the favourite, is probably going to take the world a beating, but you've got to like the confidence behind Shuffle the Deck, who's only a 4-year-old. He won a point on deep ground, and he does look, he's probably got a pretty bright future, you would think.
Yeah, so Manzarak is now 13-8, but Shuffle the Deck is a bit of a mover into 11-4. 7-2 then for Zelo. Butch Cassidy is another market mover now 4-1. Just wanted to quickly touch on the other one in a single figure price here, Alistair. That's Eastern Legend, who was a pretty smart flat performer, was 7th in the Curragh Cup win last season. That's a Group 2 contest, and comes here today. I'm just looking back through the form, was a 5th in a Grade 1 back in May as well.
Yeah, behind Car Jess. I guess he hasn't really won enough races, has he, for one of his ability? But like you said, he did get to a pretty lofty mark on the level. He's clearly got the stamina for hurdling. And as he said, it was a Grade 1 in which he was beaten under 4 lengths when we last saw him over jump. So, yeah, he's a likely contender. I think 2 mile 3... I know he stayed well on the flat, but he might just be vulnerable to the stouter bred types, you would think, on this occasion.
So it's a narrow selection in the favourites for Manzarak.
Yeah. No, I'm going to go with Shuffle the Deck.
Oh, of course.
Follow the money. He's a winning pointer. If he'd been weak as water in the bedding, you wouldn't look at him. You'd think he's one for another day, but they clearly like him a lot, given the support that he's attracted. But it is a dangerous bedding race because all of these are unexposed, and it's a race from which we, are going to learn a nice bit.
Yeah, plenty in the market moving here. Manzarak is the 2-1 favourite, but support for Shuffle the Deck at 11-4. Butch Cassidy now into 100-30 from 6-1 a moment ago. Zillo's out on the drift 4s. Eastern Legend is 6s. It's then 50-1 for Gerari and 50-1 and bigger the remainder. So plenty of market movers. 14 runners in total for this maiden hurdle. There's also offers available online. Zillow to win and Roadless Travel to win are next at Haydock. That's 15-1 boosted online. Zillow to win by over 3 lengths here is 11-1. We are going to Haydock off the back of this. They're 12:08, not far away now. That's the Newton Hurdle Grade 2 contest where Roadless Travel is 2-1 favourite from 7-2 Saracen Bow. Lily de Burley the same price, 4s and bigger. More on that in a few minutes' time as they line up here at Punchestown for this 2 mile 3 maiden hurdle. And Manzarak is now 2-1 ahead of the market. Butch Cassidy now 3-1 next in with Shuffle the Deck the same price, 9-2 for Zillow, 13-2 for Eastern Legend. If you're just joining us, the selection here is Shuffle the Deck. Mark Walsh on board, 3-1 in the market. They look to be taking a final turn, facing the starter now, so hopefully we're not too far away from getting going. A reminder, we are going to Haydock shortly, and then we're off to Huntington and Ascot for their first contests of the afternoon. They're coming forwards towards the tape here at Punchestown, and with that we will go over and take the call for their 12 o'clock. As a reminder, this is a 2 mile 3 maiden hurdle contest.
Flags go up. Off over 2-3, the Sebden Steel Maiden Hurdle. Sir Manzarek Eastern Legend. Poking up in between the pair is Zillow, followed by Butch Cassidy. Gerari wide of the leaders. In the red cap prominent is Nukraha Eagle, followed by Shuffle the Deck. Turning to the first of 10, Nukraha Eagle, Butch Cassidy join issue with Sir Manzarek, followed by Eastern Legend, Zillow, Gerari, Shuffle the Deck. The grey is Along the Way, who is gone. Along the Way and Simon Torrance have gone their separate ways at flight 1. Coming to the second, it's Butch Cassidy, Sir Manzarek Eastern Legend, followed by Zillow, the forward in a line. Au Bon Pardon next, being followed by Shuffle the Deck. And losing ground, Nukraha Eagle, then Gerari. Charlie's Girl on the inside, Found a Diamond, and then Silent Selector. At the rear of the field, at No Time Like the Present, along with Hay. Round the bend, coming inside their final 2 miles, they're approaching the third flight. Sir Manzarek on the rail from Eastern Legend, 1 out. 2 out is Butch Cassidy. Now taking a lead is Zillow, who's followed by Gerari. Shuffle the Deck, Nukraha Eagle, and then Au Bon Pardon as they come away from that third flight. Not much between Sir Manzarek Eastern Legend and Butch Cassidy, a length in front of Zillow. Then Gerari, tracked by Shuffle the Deck, a couple of lengths to Nukraha Eagle and Au Bon Pardon, who race side by side, and then Found a Diamond, Silent Selector, and Charlie's Girl. These are followed uphill by No Time Like the Present, and at the back of the field is Hay. Circuit to go. They're making the bend to flight number 4 in Eastern Legend. And Michael O'Sullivan, 4 John in front by a couple of lengths to Sir Manzarek. Jack Kennedy, Butch Cassidy, and Dara O'Keefe, close up third on the outside, followed by Zillow. As they jump this flight, Eastern Legend from Sir Manzarek, dual bumper winner at the course. Then Butch Cassidy, followed downhill by Zillow, Shuffle the Deck, Nukraha Eagle, and Gerari next. Eastern Legend makes the downhill run to the next flight, leading by a length and a half to Sir Manzarek, then Butch Cassidy. Zillow's just 4th from 5th place, Shuffle the Deck, then Nukraha Eagle, Gerari, Au Bon Pardon, Silent Selector, Found a Diamond, Charlie's Girl, No Time Like the Present, and a couple of lengths to Hay. Turning towards the back straight. Another 5 flights left to jump. Ahead for the halfway stage, the Sebden Steel Maiden Hurdle. Eastern Legend by a length to Butch Cassidy, edging into second ahead of Sir Manzarek, 2 lengths to Zillow. Then Shuffle the Deck. Nukraha Eagle and Gerari next, followed by Silent Selector, and then Found a Diamond, Au Bon Pardon, No Time Like the Present, Charlie's Girl, 3 lengths to Hay. Reaching the first of 2 in the back straight. 5 left to jump. Eastern Legend from Butch Cassidy and Sir Manzarek. They clear that flight. They're tracked by Zillow. Right with the leaders is Shuffle the Deck and Nukraha Eagle and Gerari as they return to the point at which they set off. It's Eastern Legend leading Natalie up top from Butch Cassidy. On the outside is Sir Manzarek. The 3 covered by a couple of lengths, and then Zillow, followed by Shuffle the Deck and Nukraha Eagle and Gerari and Found a Diamond and Silent Selector, and then Au Bon Pardon, No Time Like the Present, Charlie's Girl, and Hay. Turning with 5 furlongs to go, they're heading for the third last flight. Eastern Legend by neck to Sir Manzarek. In between the 2 leaders is Butch Cassidy, coupled clear of Zillow and Shuffle the Deck, and then Gerari as they jump 3 out and landing together. Eastern Legend, Butch Cassidy. And on the outside is Sir Manzarek as they arrive at the second last flight, being followed by Zillow, Shuffle the Deck, and Gerari. In the air together, Sir Manzarek, Eastern Legend, and Butch Cassidy. Followed round the home turn by Shuffle the Deck, losing ground to 5th, Zillow, and then Gerari as they turn in for the final flight and nothing between Sir Manzarac and Butch Cassidy, being chased down by Shuffle the Deck, and then Eastern Legend, who falls back ahead of Zillow, in line for the final flight, and it's Sir Manzarac who's just has it now from Butch Cassidy, gone away from Shuffle the Deck, Eastern Legend and Zillow. They're well strung out. Coming to the final flight, it's Sir Manzarac into the last from Butch Cassidy, who's not lying down without a fight on the inside. They got 150 yards to go. On the inside, it's Butch Cassidy from Sir Manzarac. Great finish between the pair. Butch Cassidy on the inside from Sir Manzarac. Butch Cassidy and Nick too strong for Sir Manzarac. In third place was Shuffle the Deck.
Yeah, Butch Cassidy is one from Sir Manzarac with Shuffle the Deck in third. We've got to go straight to Haydock though, because their 12:08 is fast approaching, and it's a hello to Craig Forsyth. How are you, Craig?
All good, Sam. All good. Hello to you and Alistair. I'm looking forward to a great day's racing.
Absolutely. Well, we set off with a good race here. It's a Grade 2 novice hurdle, and what do you like?
I like the favourite. I like the favourite a lot. You know, he went into the Notebook the way he went about his business at Market Raisin. I don't think he hit the same heights at Wetherby next time, but it was still a good performance. But at the prices, Saracen Beau isn't far off. You know, the way he went through that contest at Ayr, and, you know, he breezed to the front in first gear, never asked a serious question. I think he's just, you know, a little bit big, because there's 2 or 3 of these that are very close together and all open to vast improvement. Some real promising types. So price dictates Saracen Beau here in the opener for Nicky Richards.
Saracen Beau in the opener here at Haydock for Craig is 5-1 in the market. Road Less Travelled to your favourite at 7-4. Lily de Burley next at 100-30. Saracen Beau 5s. Country Mile on the drift at 5s. Rockaval is 6-1 and Bold Light is 14s. Not Now Nathaniel is the only non-runner in this contest. So we're down to a field of 6 for the 2 mile novice hurdle. Of course, it's the Grade 2 Newton novice hurdle, and the flag's been raised. Let's go to Haydock for the first time.
Flag being buffeted by this strong crosswind. Afternoon, everyone. Welcome along. Lily de Burley, a little keen to get on with it. Take a turn. They're off. Betfair Chase Day springs into
flag
life
being buffeted by this strong crosswind.
Newton novices hurdle.
Lily de Burley having to
take a turn. Mauve and white spots leave. They're off. Betfair Chase Day springs into life with the Betfair Support Safer Gambling Week Newton Novices Hurdle. And the favourite Road Less Travelled in the mauve and white spots leads them as they make the approach to the first. And opens up by 3 or 4 lengths as well, hurdling it slickly ahead of the white-faced Bold Light away to the left. Country Mile and the blue and pink tucked away against the running rail. Lily de Burley and the double green up between that pair. And then Rocheval on the extreme left and the grey Saracen Beau disputing last place as they land over the second. Continuing progress up the straight for the first time. Quite a long run between the second and third flights up the straight, but then you'll observe it's a very short run in from the last hurdle to the line today. The Road Less Travelled leads clearly over the third. Just slightly put the brakes on, but was neat enough. Over Country Mile heading the chase, and then Bold Light, Lily de Burley, a close fourth. 3 lengths away to Saracen Beau, and a similar margin away to Rocheval, who was last of all. Swinging the paddock turn and heading away left-handed towards the back straight. And it is Road Less Travelled in the hands of John Joe Neal Jr., giving a lead to Country Mile and Harry Skelton. Bold Light, the pink and green for Danny McMenamin, and upsized Lily Burley and Brian Hayes in the double green. And then Saracen Beau, Sean Quinlan, and Rocheval at the back of the field in the hands of Derek Fox. They go gently downhill at this point, approaching the 4th flight, the first of a trio of obstacles awaiting them in the back straight. Road Less Travelled, very fluent there over Country Mile. Saracen Beau just clipping the top back in 5th place. Rocheval continues a little detached, and they move towards halfway, taken along at a fairly even 30 miles an hour by Road Less Travelled over Lily de Burley and Country Mile. Then a gap to Bold Light, and a much bigger gap has opened up very swiftly to Rocheval, and Saracen Beau looks as though he's about to be pulled up with Sean Quinlan looking down. So on towards the last over on the far side. Road Less Travelled from Lily de Burley and Country Mile in the pink and blue. Skelton sitting quietly. Leader just in a little tight to it. Bold Light is just about in touch in 4th place. Not so his stablemate Rocheval. Saracen Beau has indeed been pulled up. And Road Less Travelled leads them to the turn out of the back straight at a still fairly even sort of gallop. He's been allowed to dictate here, John Joe, aboard the favourite Road Less Travelled. Lily de Burley's a couple lengths away, disputing second place with a strong travelling Country Mile. 6 lengths then to Bold Light, and a much bigger gap back to Rocheval. Into the straight they come inside the last half mile. On down towards the third last. Lily de Burley, the first of the leading trio, to need a little bit more exertion, and just struggling to go with Road Less Travelled and Country Mile, who forge on down towards the third last. Road Less Travelled then, opening up by a couple of lengths. Country Mile, though, continuing to give chase. Lily de Burley down on her nose, now being pressed for third by Bold Light. Now Skelton just begins to finesse Country Mile into it, just ghosting into it behind Road Less Travelled. 2 out, Road Less Travelled, perhaps a little more fluent than Country Mile. They've drawn well away from Bold Light, so 1 left to jump, and then a short run to the line. Road Less Travelled. Country Mile has been switched out by Skelton, beginning to gather a head of steam. Road Less Travelled still has the lead. Furlong to go. 1 to jump in the Newton Novices hurdle. Road Less Travelled over Country Mile, and Country Mile was down on his nose, pitched deeply into the ground, and that has surely handed the initiative, and an unassailable initiative, to Road Less Travelled, who makes every inch to remain unbeaten over hurdles and wins the Betfair Newton Novices over Country Mile, who perhaps gave it away at the last. Bold Light back in third, then Roche.
Burrow throw up the rail and pass on Borden Frasher, but on their outside, Gold for Alec has now got past the pair. It's Gold for Alec who's in front. On the right, Latin Verse is also starting to run on. Gold for Alec up and over okay. Back end of the field, Framsham was pulled up before 2 out. It's Gold for Alec who just shows. Latin Verse, though, is trying to build up momentum and close. Here's the final flight. Gold for Alec leads by a length and a half. Latin Verse firmly driven to try and erode the deficit. Gold for Alec, though, still has the advantage. Gold for Alec on top of the podium for the first time. Callum Pritchard at the double. Gold for Alec has beaten into second, Latin Verse. 3-way go for third. Magic 7 on Borden Fasher and Pyrotechnic. Judge needed there.
Yeah, Gold for Alec is the winner, has beaten Latin Verse. Just before I come to that, I wanted to confirm the fourth at Haydock. That went the way of Castle Russian at 33-1. So a big price there for the fourth in the 3-mile handicap hurdle at Haydock. Meanwhile, here at Huntington, got to say, Craig, Gold for Alec, Callum Pritchard's going to be a nice jockey, isn't he?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, very good there. You know, he's stuck to his task, the horse, as well. He had a willing partner. But, you know, he was in the best position throughout the race, in behind, tracking the pace, jumping well. You know, he's presented his horse to go and win. And like I said, you know, he's had to dig in the horse, and he did. It was a good race to watch, and a horse who's, you know, winning for the first time as well. He showed a real good attitude in the finish to beat others, you know, that had more experience.
We're going to Ascot now for the Ascot Hurdle. It's the Grade 2 where Golden Ace returns at 15-8 from Blue King Duro at 3-1, 7-2 Thunder Rock, Lucky Place 9-2, and Colonel Mustard is 9-1. Number 2's the non-runner, and I'm hoping Ken has joined us on the line. Ken, Golden Ace returns to action here at 15-8.
Yeah, very progressive last year when we saw her. She's done well physically, and yeah, she's fairly straight for her first start after 219 days absence.
You'd thought Blue King Duro would be primed for this race. Is that the case?
Yeah, he's primed for it. He's fit. He's not the biggest, but he's primed and ready to go.
Thunder Rock has been steady in the market, now 100-30.
He looks okay, but I think he'll come on for the run.
The other two, Lucky Place, Colonel Mustard?
I think Lucky Place could be the danger. I think he looked in excellent order and he's very progressive last year. So I think Lucky Ace is a danger to Golden Ace.
Brilliant. Thank you, Ken.
Thank you.
Those are thoughts of Ken Pitterson, paddock side for us at Ascot. I'll come to you, of course, next, Alistair. Golden Ace 2-1 favourite. Is the trainer form a bit of a concern, or is Golden Ace too good for these?
She could be, but yeah, I mean, his horses have been needing their first run. So what Ken said there is pretty significant. You'd think that, you know, she is ready to do herself justice. Easy to make a case for Lucky Place. I mean, there was very little between them when they met at Taunton last season, and Lucky Place is a lot better off at the weights today. So I can definitely make a case for him. He did really well last season, obviously nicely progressive, and fourth in the Coral Cup, wasn't he, when we last saw him? So it's just a dangerous race. I put a gun to my head, I'll go with the Nichols horse. I know he's got the penalty this year. Last season he was a 4-year-old, so he had the allowance and no penalty, so he's got more on his plate here, but he just might be, absolutely on his game today, whereas the others might just be off the pace. So Nicholls would have targeted this race a long time ago. A good chance to get an early grade 2 on the board. So nothing would entirely surprise here, to be honest, Sam. But yeah, Blue King Doro is just going to edge preference for me.
Off and racing for the grade 2, Ascot Hurdle.
Doro straight off into the lead. Runs towards the first of 10 with about a 3-length advantage. The yellow jacket of Lucky Place is running in second place as they come then to number 1. Then Colonel Mustard very narrowly in third, a short run down towards the second flight. Golden Ace, she runs in fourth place as they jump it now, and the nose-banded Thunder Rock is the back marker of the quintet. So running on towards the home turn for the first time. Blue King Doro, Harry Cobden, the blue and pink jacket out in front. Lucky Place, yellow and blue colours. Nico de Boinville rides. Horse has won the Best Turned Out award, shows in second place. First of the pair that are in mainly red and white colours is next. Colonel Mustard, Adam Wedge, length and a half further back, runs in third. And then Golden Ace, very pale jacket, checks of mauve and white for Lorcan Williams on the right. Another mainly red and white jacket for Sean Bowen on the nose-banded Thunder Rock, who's just at the rear. But they're well bunched. There's only about 5 lengths between the quintet as they take number 3 and they make their way fairly quickly down towards number 4. With left alone in front, Blue King Doro, couple of lengths ahead only. Lucky Place in second place with the red spots on the white sleeves. Colonel Mustard is another length and a half back in third, and then virtually matching strides. Nearest to the stands is Golden Ace, and the red, white and grey of Thunder Rock just about level with her, with 1 circuit to go now. So 6 more to jump in this Howden Ascot Hurdle. Blue King Doro won this and also raced at Cheltenham last season, is leading by about a length and a half. Nobody keen to take him on early on. Lucky Place in the mainly yellow runs in second. And then Colonel Mustard, red jacket and white sleeves with the red spots, is in third place. Nose-banded Thunder Rock is with the mare and favourite Golden Ace. She's just ahead of him in fourth place as they come to flight number 5. All handle that well and continue running downhill with 6 the next one. It's still about a 2-length lead for Blue King Doro, the pink cap out in front. The yellow and blue jacket of Lucky Place in second place. On the right is Colonel Mustard as they jump number 6. Golden Ace is right in behind those, and Thunder Rock continues to be the back marker. Would there be about 2-3 lengths now behind Golden Ace? So running on down towards Swinley Bottom, and they have 4 more to go from here. Thunder Rock, the back marker, the noseband has to be just ridden along at this stage to keep up with the other quartet, who are still led by Blue King Doro. Colonel Mustard is probably just about taken second place now from Lucky Place. And Golden Ace, she moves along a length behind those and is running in fourth, and a 5 or 6 length gap behind them to Thunder Rock, who is labouring as the back marker of these 5 runners. So round this turn and towards the 4th and 3rd last flight of hurdles down this side of the course, with the blue and pink jacket, Harry Cobden on Blue King Doro continuing to lead, and Wedge in red and white on Colonel Mustard. On the right, his pale jacket is Golden Ace, Lorcan Williams. Behind those, yellow and blue, Nico de Boinville on Lucky Place. Number 5, Thunder Rock, was pulled up before they jumped 4 out. The leaders, though, the remaining runners are at the 3rd last. Blue King Doro continues to be in front, and now he's heading towards the home turn. His 3 rivals are only a length and a half behind him, though. At the moment, Colonel Mustard in red and white is very narrowly in second place. Pale jacket on the right, widest is Golden Ace, and tucked away is Lucky Place in the yellow and blue. So round the home turn they come, and any one of the 4 that remain could win this Howden Ascot Hurdle. Blue King Doro with less than a half-length lead over Colonel Mustard. On the right then is Golden Ace, and now 1 from the left is Lucky Place as Blue King Doro tries to get away again as they move down to the 2nd last. Colonel Mustard on the right in the the centre of the pale jacket is Golden Ace, and still there with a chance is Lucky Place. They have one more flight of hurdles to jump now. 4 left, they're in line. Blue King Daru on the left. From the yellow jacket of Lucky Place is picking up well. Golden Ace with the pale jacket is there as well. Behind these is Colonel Mustard. It's now Lucky Place in the yellow, and blue has the lead. Blue King Daru in the blue and pink trying to fight back. They race towards the line. Lucky Place has won. Second, Blue King Daru. Looks like Colonel Mustard might just be in third over Golden Ace.
Yes, Lucky Place, that wins from Blue King Daru in the 2:45 at Ascot. We're going to Punchestown next for their 2:50, which has Billy Lee Swagger at the top of the market. 5-1 from 13-2. Ask Me Anything. 7-1 and bigger the remainder. We're paying the 5 rather than the 4. Just a quick selection if possible, Alistair.
Yeah, Billy Lee Swagger, I think, is quite an interesting horse. He was 4th at 24 here in April, given a hell of a lot to do. He was a bit unlucky because he made a mistake at just the wrong time. Hopefully be ridden a little more forward today. I know he's been off since April, but he's actually been ready to go for a while. He missed a Limerick date in mid-October, and he was due to run at Cheltenham at their big recent meeting, only to be ruled out through traffic issues. So I don't think fitness will be an issue. He's only had 8 runs over hurdles, and like I said, given the promise of that latest run here in April, he's a horse with more to offer.
Slight delay here, as one is lurking in the background, has been dismounted and trotting towards the rest of the field. That's number 14, What's a Fella to Do? So a slight delay to proceedings here at Punchestown. Those are the thoughts of Alistair Jones with Billy Lee Swagger at 5-1 from Ask Anything at 13-2. Stay Gold is 8-1, Bingeworthy 17-2. It's 9-1 and bigger here. The 20 of them in total at the post. We're going to go to Haydock off the back of this. They're 3:05, of course, the feature of the day. The Betfair Chase coming up very shortly as they try and get going forwards here at Punchestown. And it looks like we're going to have a false start, which isn't ideal to proceedings. It just gives us a quick opportunity, Alistair, to look at a couple others in here. Ask Anything 7-1 from the Cromwell stables, but there's plenty with chances, it's fair to say.
Oh yeah, you can make a case for a whole host of these. I mean, he's Ask Anything is coming back to hurdling after failing to get round in his last 2 chases. So you get the impression it might just be a confidence boosting mission, but he's got the form to feature. He's potentially very well handicapped back over hurdles, given what he's done over fences. He's rated 132 as a chaser and gets in here off 116. So from a handicapping perspective, at the weights and measures, you can make a very strong case, but we all sort of get sucked into that, don't we? They're rated higher over fences for a reason. So on the back of a couple of non-completions, I'd have my doubts about him this afternoon, I think we're going to have a non-runner here. What's a Fella to Do? Doesn't look to be taking part ahead of this 250 at Punchestown. Just waiting for another one to get with the field. That's Connor's Cross, who went a bit too quickly at the start. It looks like we're ready to go here without What's a Fella to Do. So we've got 18 remaining. They're off and racing.
Gabriel Ranger, one of the first to show in front from away to Milan. Next. On the inside is De Palma, alongside Cozone, followed run the first turn by Farmix. Half a mistake by the Grey. Away to Milan, the leader from Gabriel Ranger, Farmix, Cozone next. Then Camino Rock and Connors Cross the Grey. All safely over the first. Half a mistake by the Graveyard Bookie. Coming to the second flight. It's Away to Milan, the leader. From an improving Camino Rock. Jumping up on the outside, Connors Cross, followed by Farmix. As they enter their final 2 miles, breaking the field, Cozone, Gabriel Ranger, De Palma next. And then Gold Speed and Ask Anything and Pax. As Camino Rock takes it up on the turn into the straight. They're heading for flight number 3. This is the Albert Bartlett Triple Crown Series Qualifier Handicap Hurdle. Camino Rock just with the lead from the Grey Connors Cross, followed by Farmix, knocked back into 4th, the way to Milan, who led them out over the first 2. And then Cozone, Gabriel Ranger, Gold Speed, De Palma, and then Stay Gold. And Ask Anything and Bingeworthy next, followed by Pax. Gone there, the top weight Getaway Charlie. Horse and rider quickly up. As Camino Rock and Connors Cross build up a 5 to 6 length advantage over Farmix. Cozo next, and then away to Milan, Gabriel Ranger, Gold Speed. And then the Palma, Stay Gold, Ask Anything in Packs, Binge Worthy, Billy Lee Swagger, Mr. Persistence, The Graveyard Bookie and Grappananino. And then Phil's Choice and Showman. Circuit of race. And it's Camino Rock, making the bend, a length in front. Going uphill to flight number 4 from Connor's Cross. Closing in third is Cozone, and then Farm Mix. Away to Milan and Gabriel Ranger, and they're followed by Gold Speed, The Palma, Ask Anything, Stay Gold, Packs, Binge Worthy, Billy Lee Swagger, The Graveyard Bookie, Mr. Persistence, Phil's Choice, Grappananino, and Adrift, Showman. They're well stretched, heading downhill to the next flight, and it is Camino Rock and Connor's Cross together. 5 in front of Cozone, and then Farmix, away to Milan next. And Gabriel Ranger and Gold Speed, The Palma, Ask Anything, Binge Worthy. Turning into the Gold and Packs. On the inside, Phil's Choice, followed by Mr. Persistence, and then Billy Lee Swagger, Grappananino, written along as The Graveyard Bookie. And finally, Showman. Turning into the back straight, heading soon for the halfway stage, the Albert Bartlett Triple Crown Series qualifier handicap, and it's Connor's Cross, now gone on by 2 lengths to Camino Rock. In third place and closing back up on the 2 leaders is Cozone. A long way clear now. Going to the 5th last flight, Connor's Cross, by over 2 lengths to Camino Rock. Closed upon by Cozone in third. These 3 have a clear advantage over Farmix. Far from fluent at that was Camino Rock. After Farmix is away to Milan, and then Gold Speed and Gabriel Ranger and De Palma, Ask Anything and Stay Gold. Binge Worthy, Phil's Choice, Billy Lee Swagger. Over the last on the far side, Connor's Cross. And Tom Kelly lead from Cozone. James Smith, who are racing now on terms. A couple of lengths in front of Camino Rock. Gavin Broder in third as they turn at the 5 furlong point. They've 3 flights left. And it's Cozone joining issue with Connor's Cross. Opening up an advantage of over 3 lengths from Camino Rock. Away to Milan is closing in fourth. Followed then by Gold Speed. This is the 3rd last flight, landing together. Connor's Cross and Cozone now ridden along. Then Camino Rock, followed by Away to Milan, De Palma, Gold Speed. From off the pace, Billy Lee Swagger, and then Gabriel Ranger. And Ask Anything as they run round the home turn. Connor's Cross being followed by Cozone. A move's been made by Away to Milan. Then Camino Rock and Gold Speed and Billy Lee Swagger and De Palma next with Gabriel Ranger. Binge Worthy is next, and then Phil's Choice, Ask Anything. Followed round the final bend by Stay Gold. Cozone just in front from Away to Milan. On the rail is Camino Rock. Billy Lee Swagger is still staying on the outside, followed by Binge Worthy. Gabriel Ranger next, and then Stay Gold and Gold Speed. 1 flight left, and it is Away to Milan, the narrow leader over the last from Billy Lee Swagger. Binge Worthy is staying on hand over fist in between horses, followed by Camino Rock and Gabriel Ranger. And it is Binge Worthy wearing them all down. A super day for Jack Kennedy and Gordon Elliott. Here's another one. Binge Worthy from Billy Lee Swagger and Away to Milan.
Yeah, Bingeworthy gets through to beat Billy Lee Swagger and Away to Milan. That was another tight finish, Alistair, and a good day for Kennedy and Elliott.
Another good day for Kennedy and Elliott, indeed. Yeah, slow motion finish, wasn't it? Billy Lee Swagger, he's run well. You know, he's come from a long way off the pace, but no excuses. He's just got outstayed by 1.
That was the 250 at Punchestown there, being won by Binge Worthy. We're going to go to Haydock next for their 305. It's the Betfair Chase, where Royal Pagaille is the 2-1 market leader. From Grey Dawning at 3-1, Ahoy Seigneur is 9-2, Limerick Lace 15-2, Brave Man's Game is 17-2, Gold Tweet is 12s, and Capodanno is 22-1. 2 non-runners. Hewick doesn't go, nor does the Real Whacker, number 8. So 2 non-runners here brings us down to a field of 7 for the 2024 renewal of the Betfair Chase 305. And Craig, if we could start with the market mover, this is Royal Pagaille. Venetia Williams is runner who loves Haydock and is 2-1 favourite now to win today.
Yeah, won the race last year, beating Brave Man's Game. Only seen him once since. He's 10 now. And a question, I don't know if you'll get. Maybe Alistair has a chance. There's only been 3 winners of this race, aged 10 or more. Can you name the 3?
I just thought Bristol Demai won one.
No.
Snoopy Loopy.
Yay, that's a hard one. Wow.
Yeah, good old Snoop. He was 33 to 1 or something. That's the Kato Star.
Yeah, 2.
Yeah.
Kato?
Kato's 2, yeah.
Q Card's got to be the other, hasn't he?
Oh, what a man. I knew the brains down there would get it.
Unbelievable, Alistair. Royal Pagaille, though, Craig, 10 years old, what chance?
Yeah, I mean, he's coming here a fresh horse, as he did 12 months ago. He jumped very well. He went through similar conditions that day. Like I said, we've only seen him once since in the Cotswold. He wasn't beaten when he came down, but it was the way he fell. It was a crashing fall that day. You know, even all this time, 10 months or so later, you're wondering what impact that fall has on him. You know, it'd be good to see him bounce back and run his race. But yeah, he's been well supported, but I'm happy to pass him over first time back today. And, you know, I think it might be tough for him to repeat what he did 12 months ago.
Grey Dawning is 3 to 1, a standout novice chaser last season, mostly over 2.5 miles. Now this is 3 today. Did win at Warwick, didn't he, over this sort of distance, but not in this company.
Yeah, he was cherry ripe at Warwick, wasn't he? He'd had a good few runs. He was just coming to the boil. You know, he was peaking for the season round the Warwick race, where when he tried 3 miles at Exeter, it was an early stage of his campaign, and, you know, he didn't quite get home that day. There's plenty to like about him. You know, I think the performance at Cheltenham was definitely a career best. You know, that suggests he could well be Gold Cup material. I think Aintree was a case of a race too many at the end of a busy season for him, so I wouldn't draw too much from the Aintree race. It's just first time back in these conditions. Will it maybe just find him out today?
I can't get my head around a Hoy Seigneur at times. He's 5 to 1 today.
Neither can I, but he's my selection.
Okay.
And I think he could win this. I really do think he could win this. Yes, we know he's capable of throwing a wobbly in terms of, you know, meeting a fence all wrong and that being a real costly blunder. But he jumped as well as he's ever done on his return at Aintree. You know, you could clearly see that wasn't the be-all and end-all of his season. He was running over in an adequate trip. It was a starting point. It was a prep, and it was a good prep. You know, I thought it was the perfect race to set him up for a higher target. And I think he's the one, you know, that could benefit from that run today in these conditions, providing he doesn't make any mistakes. I think Ahoy Senior can get his head in front here.
Okay, Ahoy Senior is the main selection. We've gone through the top 3 in the market. Just looking at the others at bigger prices, Limerick Lace, interesting here for Gavin Cromwell. Brave Man's Game is 8 to 1. Sam Twiston-Davies on board. And to be honest, Greg, I wouldn't disregard the outsiders. Gold Tweet, the French raider, and Capodanno's been supplemented.
Potential to go up.
Yeah, I mean, Capodanno came off the pace to win the Cotswold Chase. Didn't replicate that in 3 subsequent runs.
And it was a 5
capable, I wouldn't rule out. I think Gold Tweet's got a hard task here. You know, I'd be surprised if he won, I must admit, Sam. And Brave Man's Game Mountain came up with a wonderful start this week of Paul Nichols' Grade 1 horses that have worn blinkers for the first time. Really positive when Paul Nichols reaches for the headgear on horses running in Grade 1s. And we know, you know, he's been hitting the bar without getting his head in front for the last 12 months, second to Royal Pagaille last year. You know, he's still in good shape, this horse, and the headgear could be the key for him to bounce back.
We'll change at the top of the market here. Great Dawning's been backed into favouritism, now 2 to 1 from Royal Pagaille at 5 to 2. The pick, though, is Ahoy Seigneur at 6 to 1. Limerick Lace is next in at 13 to 2. Brave Man's Game is 8 to 1. Gold Tweet is 10s from 12s, and Capodanno is the outsider here at 20 to 1. Numbers 6 and 8, the 2 non-runners, so we're down to a field of 7 as they head forwards towards the tape. Flag soon to be raised. Indeed it has. Let's go and take the call.
approaching perhaps a little quickly at the moment. And they're off for the 20th running of the Betfair Chase, this Grade 1 prize, Brave Man's Game, and the first time blinkers leads them over the first with the mare Limerick Lace, the last a touchdown. So now 2 complete circuits of the Haydock Chase course ahead of them, and last year's winner Royal Pagaille, Charlie Deutsch and the Pink Silks of owner Susanna Ritchie moving alongside Brave Man's Game as they race under the judge first time. The nose-banded Gold Tweet disputing third place with the Grey Dawning, and then Capodanno, the white cap, Ahoy Signor in a red and black jacket, and lastly Limerick Lace heading away towards the line of 5 fences awaiting them in the back straight on the first occasion. And Royal Pagaille putting to go back-to-back in this Grade 1 contest, leading them off down the far side over Brave Man's Game, who sits at the leader's quarters, and then Grey Dawning ahead of Gold Tweet, in turn tracked by Capodanno, Ahoy Signor, and lastly Limerick Lace going very gently downhill, approaching the second, and Royal Pagaille with ears pricked leads into it, steadies, puts himself right. Brave Man's Game briefly comes alongside, and then Grey Dawning racing on the near side of the nose-banded Gold Tweet, tracked by Capodanno, Ahoy Signor waited with, and Limerick Lace put to sleep at the back of the field by Keith Donoghue. Again, Royal Pagaille just correcting himself as he went over the third, and they complete now more than half a mile. Middle fence in the back straight first time. Royal Pagaille to Brave Man's Game on the far side, and then Gold Tweet and Grey Dawning, who put in a particularly fluent leap there, almost came up sides Royal Pagaille, but he's quickly reined back by Harry Skelton. And Capodanno, white cap, held up just ahead of owner mate Limerick Lace, and Ahoy Signor racing enthusiastically in rear. Derek Fox having a tight hold of his head as they move on to the open ditch at the end of the back straight. Royal Pagaille over Brave Man's Game. Grey Dawning again putting another prodigious leap, and the Grey jumping exuberantly down the back straight for the first time as Royal Pagaille leads them into the next turn. Over Brave Man's Game and Grey Dawning, Gold Tweet racing a very close fourth, and then Capodanno and Limerick Lace and Ahoy Signor racing side by side at the back of the field. Heading on now towards the last 2 miles, and the pace was pretty even all the way down the far side. They nudged 27-28 miles an hour, and Royal Pagaille just extending his lead very slightly as he turns to face the 7th. Brave Man's Game being brought towards the near side by Sound Twist and Davis. Gold Tweet in the centre, Grey Dawning on the far side jumping soundly once more. Capodanno giving it plenty of daylight. Limerick Lace and Ahoy Signor remain the final duo, on now towards another open ditch. Royal Pagaille by a couple of lengths. Gold Tweet in the centre lifts off in second, just ahead of Grey Dawning and Brave Man's Game, who form the pincer around Gold Tweet. Capodanno, Limerick Lace and Ahoy Signor racing firmly in touch. This fence brings them to the end of a circuit, and Royal Pagaille outjumped by Gold Tweet, who exuberantly got within a half length of the leader, and they now move on towards fence 10. Royal Pagaille over Gold Tweet. Brave Man's Game on the near side of Grey Dawning, rising. Leader was quick there. Capodanno in 5th, and then Ahoy Signor and Limerick Lace. Beyond halfway, one more circuit to cover. The 20th running of the Betfair Chase, and Royal Pagaille has made most in his bid to win the race again. Leads by a couple of lengths under the judge this time, over Gold Tweet. And then Brave Man's Game and Grey Dawning. Capodanno, Limerick Lace and Ahoy Signor is last of the 7-strong field, heading away towards the back straight, and still the pace is pretty even. It still hovers around 27-28 miles an hour. Once again, they will just very gently go on the descent before they encounter the next, fence 11, Royal Pagaille, stalked by French raider Gold Tweet in the hands of Gabin Meunier. Brave Man's Game on the far side, Grey Dawning still poised right down on the inner. Harry Skelton's been saving ground throughout. Ahoy Signor is just a little detached, as Royal Pagaille, as he did on the first circuit, got in close to that, but he was quite nimble, quite clever. Capodanno and Limerick Lace, the owner mates, sit back in 5th and 6th places, no more than 4 or 5 lengths off the lead. Royal Pagaille over Gold Tweet, joined in second by Grey Dawning, who again came up well for Harry Skelton. Brave Man's Game in 4th, Then Capodanno, Limerick Lace and Ahoy Signor, and they're moving on now to the final mile. Royal Pagaille, Grey Dawning, though, jumping up to his quarters. Gold Tweet is still bang there. Brave Man's Game may have surrendered a couple of positions, but he hasn't lost much ground. Capodanno, Whitecap just inching a little closer. Royal Pagaille flicking through the top. Limerick Lace is last but one. Ahoy Senor remains at the tail, and they're now moving to the open ditch at the end of the back straight once again. This is the 5th from home, and it's an even pace. Royal Pagaille was quick there. He was certainly much quicker than Brave Man's Game, who slightly ballooned it. Now they're moving towards the final 3/4 of a mile, and Charlie Deutsch glances in behind. And he'll see that Gold Tweets and Grey Dawning are right in the slipstream of Royal Pagaille. Brave Man's Game a couple lengths away in 4th. And then Capodanno, followed by Limerick Lace and Ahoy Signor. And they're now heading for the final half mile and the final 4 fences in the Betfair Chase. It's last year's hero, Royal Pagaille, who leads them into the straight, being slipstreamed by the Grey Dawning. Skelton removing his goggles. Gold Tweet still running a big race for France on the left. Brave Man's Game now under pressure in 4th. Likewise, Capodanno. Here's the 4th last. Royal Pagaille in close to it. Now Grey Dawning is right on his tail. Gold Tweet's only a half length down. Brave Man's Game back in 4th, rallying a little under pressure. Royal Pagaille asked for more in front. Deutsch sitting lower in the saddle. Here's the 3rd last. Royal Pagaille still by a couple of lengths. Skelton nursing, ghosting Grey Dawn into it. Gold Tweet back in 3rd, and then Brave Man's Game. They've got 2 to jump in the Betfair Chase. Royal Pagaille on the right. Grey Dawning now launching his challenge. A length between them on landing. They're clear of Gold Tweet and Brave Man's Game, and it's the Brave who get home from here in this Grade 1 prize. There's 1 to jump in the Betfair Chase, and it's Grey Dawning from Royal Pagaille. Grey Dawning going on. Here's the last. In close. Bunny hops it. He lands 2 lengths clear. Royal Pagaille is rallying bravely under pressure. 150 yards to go, and Royal Pagaille is back in front. Grey Dawning having another crack at him, but it's Royal Pagaille coming home the stronger. 12 months on in the Betfair Chase. The result is the same. Royal Pagaille, supreme and gutsy, beats Grey Dawning. Brave Man's Game back in 3rd. Gold Tweets in 4th.
Royal Pagaille does it again for Venetia Williams, and Charlie Deutsch has beaten favourite Grey Dawning in a brilliant finish to the Betfair Chase. We're going to go to Huntington shortly for their 3:15. They've got 5 runners there, but just before we do, Craig, reflections on that?
Brilliant race, superb race. Grey Dawning, travelled up, showed all his class to get to the front, but didn't quite get home after the last. And Royal Pagaille, he's dug in, one's headed, and fabulous race between 2 great horses. I thought Gold Tweet travelled well for a long way. Dropping back in trip, he would definitely have to be of interest. And Ahoy Signor, we seen the version we didn't want to see today. Didn't jump early and was up against it.
Yeah, proper finish there in the Betfair Chase. We're going to go to Huntington for their 2.5 mile handicap chase, where they've got 5 runners in total. William Cody 13-8 at the top of the market. 5-2 for Whiz Kid. History Bear is 7-2, as is Greenrock Abbey. Young Merlin next at 12-1. But topping the market is William Cody for Conor Brace, Craig.
Yeah, it should run well. Decent effort at Weatherby after being off since April. He's certainly well enough handicapped to go well. It's been a good day for the favourites at Huntington. I'm going to keep taking the short ones on here. Whiz Kid, for me, I think he'll end up a better hurdler than Chaser. So it's got to be History Bear. Thought there was plenty to like about his run at Exeter behind opening bid. He's £3 lower than that effort as well. And he's had the benefit of a run 13 days ago at Sandown over hurdles. So I think he could be nicely handicapped here.
This is a 3:15 at Huntington, then the 3:20 at Ascot, not far away. That's a 2 mile Class 2 handicap chase. And Venetia Williams has the favourite there. Martator at 13-8. Sainsbury is 4-1, 11-2 and bigger. Alistair, could I just get the selection in the 3:20 at Ascot?
Yeah, I'm going to go with the Nichols horse here, Sainsbury, who obviously didn't quite come up to expectations in the Holden Gold Cup, but ran perfectly well. The market suggested that run was needed. He was clearly a big improver last season. Paul Nichols is adamant that he's a much better horse now than last campaign. And obviously, as we know, back in early November, all the Nichols horses needed the run. So Yeah, I think Ascot will be tailor-made for him, so Sunbury for me.
That's Sunbury for Alistair as well as for Craig. That's his best bet of the day. Meanwhile, here at Huntington, we've reached post time ahead of the 3:15. It's a 2.5 mile handicap chase, and we've got 5 runners going to post. 7-4 now the price for William Cody, 5-2 for Whiz Kid. History Bear is 4-1, as is Greenrock Abbey, and 18s for the outsider Young Merlin. So it's a competitive contest, this, just the 5 in total, but they're soon to be racing at Huntington. Let's go back to Alex Fussey.
They're off. The follow Rhino.bet on Instagram handicap chase over 2.5 miles. 16 fences for them to tackle in this one. And it's William Cody who's going forwards to set the early gallop. History Bear in company. Greenrock Abbey between rivals. Then Whiz Kid. And Young Merlin the first to rise and land over number 1. Spread fence next. Jumped as 2 and 11 on the way. William Cody spotted the good stride and up and over neatly up top. From History Bear, dark blue and red with the white cap on the outer. Then the cheek pieces of Greenrock Abbey following. Young Merlin still in against the fence for Jack Quinlan. And Whiz Kid plotting a wider course and quite low over that one for Charlie Hammond. Not the best of leads by Young Merlin back down on the inside as they now move onwards to the ditch for the first occasion. Skipping up and over, William Cody, 2-time course and distance winner. Half a length or so the advantage over History Bear. Shorter stride in second place there and was very much outjumped by the leader. Young Merlin for the Amy Murphy team, unseated at Southwell last time. Then on the inside of Greenrock Abbey on seasonal return. And then Whiz Kid in the light blue and white combination with the red cap 3 wide. William Cody then down the side of the course, and runners are on this run for the home straight. 4 fences up the straight, 6 through to 9. The third in this line after the winning post will be an open ditch. William Cody, 4th on the return 3 weeks ago at Wetherby. Showing up here under Connor Brace for trainer Pam Sly. History Bear with those blinkers back on, touching down in second. Greenrock Abbey, just in between horses, sandwiched between History Bear and Young Merlin. And then Whiz Kid in rear, who was a bit ponderous at that one. A bit slower than the other 4 rivals as they now come up past the stands. Circuit to go. And the follow Rhino.bet on Instagram handicap chase. William Cody was keen to go on and set the tempo, and it's been even to this point. Length advantage over History Bear as they now set their sights on another big ditch. Greenrock Abbey just leaving a trailing leg there, with Young Merlin on that one's inner and Whiz Kid wider still as the short run to the 9th is complete, and they all measure it okay once again. Well stacked up, no more than 3 or 4 lengths between them as they now turn right-handed and they'll head back through their starting point and over to the far side of the course where they'll have those line of 5 fences to take and a couple more in the home straight. So 7 to jump in this one. William Cody, a length leader from History Bear in second spot. 1 win from 8 starts over fences so far. Wider is Whiz Kid, who saw a good stride that time and zoomed up into third. Only had 1 previous go over fences with Kid. That was 3 weeks ago at Ayr when running a fair third. Over the spread, Greenrock Abbey just beginning to struggle a bit. And Young Merlin, same comments apply as the front 3 have joined issue here, haven't they? There's only half a length between the 3 of them, and they're injecting more pace here. And that's got the other pair, Greenrock Abbey and Young Merlin, off the bridle. So William Cody just has the advantage. 3 parts of a length over History Bear. Whiz Kid tucking back in now behind them. Whiz Kid bowled that time. Perhaps a little too much air again in third. Greenrock Abbey firmly ridden now. Reminder there from Richard Patrick, and Young Merlin been squeezed for quite a time. Progressing to the end of the back straight. Jumping done over there. Long old run now towards the home turn. So 2 left to take. William Cody. 3 parts of a length for lead over History Bear and Whiz Kid. The front 3 are back in line again here. 5 or 6 away through Greenrock Abbey and Young Merlin. Going to be hard work for either of those to win, you would suspect. William Cody moving along very powerfully up top, though, and Connor Brace is yet to go for anything in the saddle. Whiz Kid now. Charlie Hammond asks for more. History Bear between those two, and in fact now half a length behind Whiz Kid as they're about to straighten on in. Working their way towards the second last. On the left, the star jacket of William Cody is still showing the way. Here's two out. Whiz Kid zooming off to the left there, losing.
Off racing at Ascot.
Second, down to the final fence we go, the 16th and last. It is just William Cody, much better than History Bear, who made a mess of the last. Again, Whiz Kid was all over the place back in third. And in truth, William Cody, 4 or 5 clear, is being kept up to the task. History Bear is trying hard, in fact, and he's rallying quite strongly. But in the end, William Cody will get home ahead. Treble for Connor Brace. All the way winner to beat History Bear. Mistake at the last was costly. Whiz Kid has scrambled in for third in the end. Young Merlin got second win, nearly got third, but was fourth.
Yeah, it's a treble for Connor Brace. William Cody has won, has beaten History Bear in the 3:15. We're going to go to Ascot, though, for their 3:20, with just over a lap of the circuit to go.
Third, a little close to it maybe. Harper's Brook up against the running rail. They're 2-3-4. Then Matador is nearest the stands from Frere Dam, and between that pair is Cop Mask, and we'll go with Plan B at the rear. So a circuit to go. And Sombrouille, Harry Cobden, reduced lead now. It's only about 2 ahead. Triple Trade, Brendan Powell running in second. And then the orange and white hoops, Marvelous Ceresy and James Reevely. Pink jacket for Keelan Woods, Harper's Brook on the rail. Ned Fox, dark blue and white. Matador level with him, but a bit wider. Green for Cop Mask and Kaelin Quinn as they come to 4. Frere Dam and Heidi Palin is next, white and blue. We'll go with Plan B. Adam Wedge in the blue and black colours is at the rear. There would be only about 10 lengths first to last as they run on towards number 5. Sombrouille comes to it in front, only just in front as they get over it, and right at the back there, we'll go with Plan B. Made an error and drops even further behind. He's 10 lengths behind the main group, who are coming towards the first of the open ditches, and number 9 will go with Plan B, is pulled up after an error. Sombrouille to Marvelous Ceresy and Matador, and Triple Trade between the last name pair with the red sleeves. Hugging the running rails is Harper's Brook, is not far behind. Cop Mask is in behind these as they come to the final one of the downhill fences. Frere Dam right in the mix as well, so those that remain very well bunched. Sombrouille continues to be out in front, will turn right-handed with 6 more to jump. Orange and white hoops, Marvelous Ceresy running in second. Triple Trade, yellow and red jacket in third. Pink colours, Harper's Brook against the running rail. White and royal blue, Frere Dam. White and dark blue, Matadors on the right. Widest on the course. Green and black colours of Cop Mask is in behind those. This is 6 from the finish. Sombrouille just in front. Spot the white face of Marvelous Ceresy. Matador widest on the course. Triple Trade in the yellow and red is bang up there. Frere Dam's only 1.5 lengths behind the leaders. Then comes Harper's Brook, and the back marker is Cop Mask. The final one of the open ditches coming up. 4 from the finish. And Marvelous Ceresy, a big leap in the orange and white, has gone through. But Matador on the right coming with him now. They go ahead of Sombrouille. Frere Dam in the white and blue is right in behind those as they jump 3 out, and Cop Mask is staying on as well. This means that Harper's Brook is the last one continuing, and Matador and Marvelous Ceresy now stride on into the home straight with a 2-length lead. Triple Trade is in third. Green jacket, green and black Cop Mask is coming through to challenge for third place as they level up then to the second last. Ned Fox on Matador now, commits and goes for home. Matador coming towards the second last, going on by 2 or 3 lengths, got over it well. Cop Mask has taken second. Triple Trade, Marvelous Ceresy in third and fourth place. They've 1 fence to jump now, and it's Matador with a 5 or 6 length advantage. Cop Mask is in second place. Matador at the last, got over it safely, lands well clear. Cop Mask in second. Sombrouille moving through into third position. A great across the car double here for Venetia Williams. Matador well clear with Ned Fox, and wins this Leon Wheeler Hurst Park chase. Second is going to be Cop Mask just to Sombrouille. Triple Trade.
Yeah, Matador is the winner from in second. Cop Mask. Third goes the way of Sainsbury as we go to Punchestown for their 3:25. Jacob's Ladder, the 1-2 favourite from 7-2 heads up 6-1. Jerry from Kerry 17-2, and bigger the remainder. Alistair, what's the selection here?
Jacob's Ladder's clearly got he's well regarded. You can see why his odds on. Heads Up is interesting. I think chased down a very good horse at Galway last time in Col Cannon, who was odds on, trained by Noel Mead. He's a good horse. He actually beat the earlier maiden hurdle winner in a bumper, only to be disqualified for having the incorrect weight. But he's a talented horse, and Heads Up was a long way clear. I think nearly 20 lengths clear of everything else. So yeah, I'll take the favourite on here with Heads Up.
Heads Up is 4-1 in the market. Jacob's Ladder, your 4-7 favourite. Jerry from Kerry 13-2. Jamada's 10-22s and bigger, as they're often racing at Punchestown.
2 miles and off to a good start. Heads Up turns into the straight, 5 in front of Jacob's Ladder. Alongside is She's a Kind of Magic with a couple of lengths to Mr. Frosty. Jacob's Ladder, Kerry on the inside. She's a Kind of Magic by Paul Moore. Towards the back end of the field, Jamada and Scommelbawn. And up the straight they come. Out in front is Heads Up from Jacob's Ladder. She's a Kind of Magic, and Jerry and Kerry has moved up on the inside. With a little break then to Mr. Frosty and Paul Moore. Jamada and Scommelbawn, the final couple. Heads Up with a slightly reduced advantage of 4 lengths over Jacob's Ladder. She's a Kind of Magic, Jerry from Kerry, followed by Mr. Frosty and Paul Moore. Jamada and Scommelbawn. Racing up to the top of the course. Heads Up is all the while coming back to Jacob's Ladder, who's now within 2.5 lengths. She's a Kind of Magic is joined for the 3rd spot by Jerry from Kerry, and then 4 lengths to Mr. Frosty and Paul Moore, Jamada, and finally Scommelbawn. Up at the top of the hill, Heads Up, Finn Buckley, extending their lead again over Jacob's Ladder and Josh Williamson. And then Jerry from Kerry and Michael O'Neill. She's a Kind of Magic and Anya O'Connor. And nicely spaced from first to last. Mr. Frosty is 5th. After Mr. Frosty is Jamada, and then Paul Moore. Last of all is Scommelbawn. Heading downhill to the bottom of the track. Heads Up continues to lead the way to Jacob's Ladder. Jerry from Kerry is just shading 3rd from She's a Kind of Magic. And then Mr. Frosty, Scommelbawn, Paul Moore, and Jamada. Turning into the back straight, soon at halfway. The Mervyn Gray Construction winners of 1. And it's Heads Up, leading by over 5 lengths now to Jacob's Ladder, then Jerry from Kerry. She's a Kind of Magic, and then Paul Moore, Mr. Frosty alongside, and then Jamada and Scommelbawn. Right across from us, Heads Up, leads by 6 lengths, passing halfway from Jacob's Ladder, 2 up on Jerry from Kerry, and She's a Kind of Magic, and then Mr. Frosty, Scommelbawn is now 2 behind, and ridden along Paul Moore and Jamada. Heading to the far end of the back straight, and it's Heads Up, maintaining a good 5-length advantage over Jacob's Ladder. Just wrestling back to 3rd, She's a Kind of Magic from Jerry from Kerry. Together next, Mr. Frosty and Paul Moore, and then Scommelbawn and Jamada. Turning with 5 furlongs to run. It's Heads Up, in front from the outset. And retains a useful-looking lead over Jacob's Ladder, who's getting a nudge in 2nd, and She's a Kind of Magic, Jerry from Kerry and Paul Moore. Out in front of Jamada, and then Scommelbawn and Mr. Frosty. 3.5 furlongs out. They return to their point of departure. And it is Heads Up. There's Jacob's Ladder off the bridle now. And then She's a Kind of Magic and Jerry from Kerry. After them is Paul Moore. Turning into the straight. 2.5 furlongs to go. The Mervyn Gray Construction winners of 1 bumper. And it's been all Heads Up from the start. She's a Kind of Magic, turns in a remote 2nd, then Paul Moore. Well beaten off as Jacob's Ladder, and then Jerry from Kerry. But racing to the final furlong and a half, it is Heads Up Relentless from She's a Kind of Magic, followed then by Paul Moore. Jerry from Kerry is next, well inside the final furlong. Heads Up has gone unsighted in the final race. Under Finn Buckley, for trainer John McConnell, has romped to victory. Heads Up. She's a Kind of Magic, and pour one more.
Yeah, Heads Up has absolutely romped up there in the 325 at Punches Down. Barely saw another rival, and that was your selection, Alistair.
Yeah, he clearly had the run of things, and given a good positive ride, but there's no fluke about that. He's, he's a good horse. He was the only one to give Cole Cannon a race at all at Galway, and he is a very useful horse. So no surprise in that at all. And he's bolted up. John McConnell has a very nice horse on his hands because he's definite value for that winning margin.
We just saw Martator win as well at 13-8 favouritism. Cotmas 5's in second. Sam Brewy ran back on into third there at 5-1, but a nice double, Alistair, for Venetia Williams across the cards.
Yeah, he's a horse that is improving at a rate of knots, clearly, as Venetia Williams can. But, when they get on a roll, you just never know how far they're going to go. And he's got his own way of jumping, hasn't he? But he's got quick feet. And even when he gets in tight, he never looks in real danger of falling. And, he's a horse going places at like I said, at a rate of knots.
Few SPs to confirm. Haydock, the Betfair Chase, went the way of Royal Pagay at 11-4 from Great Dawning at 15-8. Huntington's 315 was William Cody at 7-4 from History Bear at 4s in second. We've just seen Heads Up win the 325 at 4-1 from She's a Kind of Magic 66-1 in second, and Pour One More at 33-1 in third. We go to Newcastle now for the first time. Their 333 is a 1 mile 2 handicap where Rainwater is 100-30 favourite. Next in the market is Urban Road at 5-1. Cakewalk is 11-2. Rockamore is 11-2. It's 6-1 and Bigger the remainder. So the first race at Newcastle has 11 runners, and I've got to say, Alistair, on first look, this looks quite tricky.
It is, yeah. A few of these come here on the back of positive performances. You can see why Rainwater has found his way to the head of the market. I mean, he was 7-1 I think last night, but he's been well backed, and he could well improve for going a mile and a quarter. It was his first run beyond a mile when he won at Wolverhampton over the 9.4 furlongs there, the extended mile and one, and he was. He was nicely, only won by a neck, but the way he made up his ground, he just looked like a horse that had got himself well handicapped, and I think they've just fallen on his right trip. So he's up a little further today. That definitely won't be an issue. In fact, there's good reason to believe he can improve again. He's back up £5, but he dropped nearly a stone in the ratings. So he could, now they've found his ideal distance, he could be on a lenient mark still, but it will take a good bit of winning. Cakewalk obviously catches the eye after that good run at Chelmsford last time, and Rock Armour, the Butler horse, he took a step forward last time out as well, so looks a horse that is finding his level, but Rainwater for me.
Rainwater is the selection here in the opener at Newcastle, racing over 10 furlongs for a Class 6 handicap, 11 runners in total, and we have reached post time. Most of the runners are moving forwards now. It's Rainwater topping the market, Harry Russell on board at 11-4, Urban Road next in at 6-1, Prince Akil is 6-1, Cakewalk is 6-1, Rockamore is 13-2, 15-2 then for Berry Edge, Genta is 10s, it's 12s, and bigger prices for the remainder of the runners. This is our first race at Newcastle, the 333. We're going to go to Haydock off the back of this. Their 340 is fast approaching. That's over 3 miles and a furlong, where Hiditi is 2-1 favourite from Fontaine Calange at 9-2 and 5-1, and bigger the remainder. It looks like a hood is just being applied here to Berry Edge, or rather a blindfold, to try and convince him forwards into stall 8. He's currently priced at 15-2, and we're just waiting also on number 1, 3 Platoon. Let's go and take the call from Newcastle.
On the outside. All in. Ready for the first of 9 and racing. A mile and a quarter the trip here for the Safer Gambling Week 2024 at Bet UK Handicap. Berry Edge slow to warm up as they leave the starting stalls. Cakewalk was away well, the grey leap year lad going forward, and so too then on the outside is Tilsit, the blue colours, 3 off the rail. Fourth with the yellow cap is Rock Armour, followed by Palazzo Persico the inside, and deeper out in the green and beige 3 Platoon tracking over from a wide draw to sit half a length in front of Genta. Another length back to Prince Ashil, who's ahead of Berry Edge, who's recovered with the blue headgear and the noseband to race in 9th place on the inside. A length and a half Rainwater, and last of all is Urban Road, as the field race down the far side and head towards the back end of the racecourse, the turn which will bring them back towards home, and Leap Year Lad striding out has the advantage, and he's in front here by 2 lengths to, in second position, Cakewalk against the rail, who's marginally in front of Tilsit in third. 4th, 3 Platoon out 3 deep, next to Palazzo Persico. Rock Armor's a neck back between the pair in 6th place, and there's a length and a half Berry Edge in 7th. Genta's in 8th in company with Prince Ashil, and still the rear pair are Rainwater in the green and orange, and Urban Road in the red, white and blue, who would be 8 to 10 lengths off the leader, who is Leap Year Lad, who leads the swing back towards the home straight, and the final 3.5 furlongs, they come down the middle of the course. Leap Year Lad from Tilsit on the left, Cakewalk on the right, Rock Armor and Palazzo Persico making ground towards the far side. Then is Urban Road, also trying to close Prince Ashil. Under pressure is Berry Edge. Rainwater's got a lot to do. 3 Platoon has dropped away. Cakewalk comes through and picks it up from Leap Year Lad. Rock Armor's chasing Prince Ashil against the rail. Urban Road the far side, then Palazzo Persico. Rainwater's beginning to run on inside the furlong, and it's Cakewalk being collared by Rock Armor in the centre. Prince Ashil on the near side. These 3 racing for home. Prince Ashil going on from Rock Armor, and it's Prince Ashil for a 4th course win, who just saw off Rock Armor, then Cakewalk. Rainwater ran on behind them to finish in 4th.
Yeah, Prince Ashil has won the opener at Newcastle, beats Rockamore with Cakewalk in 3rd. I've got to say, I thought your selection there, Alistair, was a bit unlucky. Had to pass them all and met a bit of traffic, but the winner was Prince Ashil. You there? Sorry, Alistair?
Sorry, I was on mute. Sorry, yeah, no, the winner, you know, his good days tend to come at Newcastle. Rainwater, stone cold last 3 furlongs out, and it's not as if they'd gone like the wind up front. So it was a tall order. To be honest, I think he's run a pretty good race, all things considered, and he'll definitely win a race off that mark.
We're going to Haydock now for their 340. We've got a 3-mile 1 handicap chase and a strong favourite in Hititi at 7 to 4. Credo's next at 9 to 2. My Silver Lining, a bit of a mover, also at 11 to 2. Venetia Williams and Charlie Deutsch 13 to 2 with Fontaine Collonge. Take your time, 17 to 2. 12s and bigger here. A few non-runners, or rather 2. Numbers 1 and 5 don't go. So down to a field of 9, and this looks another competitive contest. Craig, where do you want to start?
Well, how many of the 9 will finish is the big question, because it's got to be grueling conditions here. It hasn't stopped me having a couple of bets in the race, though. Sam, My Silver Lining was one of those bets. You look back to his run here in February. He skipped 7-8 lengths clear in similar conditions that day, but he made his move a little bit too soon. He got collared right on the line. He's only £3 higher. You know, he's proven in the conditions, which is a massive plus, and he's on a winnable mark. So he's the main selection here for me. And Prairie Wolf, I think there's a big handicap in this horse this year. He badly needed his first run over hurdles. You know, I thought he would have ran a lot better, switched back to fences last time, but again, you know, he's just looked short of peak fitness. Handicap has been quick to drop him £3 back down to 134. You know, I'm keeping the faith. He's only a 7-year-old, and he was the other one I've played at a bigger price here, hoping that, you know, he's capable of much better than we've seen at Wetherby last time.
Those are thoughts of Craig Forsyth ahead of the 340 at Haydock. Craig, just while we've got you, have you got any sort of strong opinion on the next at Huntington, just 7 minutes away before their 345?
Well, it's been a favourites day. You know, the only horse really that's short in the market that's had a run is Lion Hill. You'd be disappointed if that performance on debut was good enough to win. So it's going to go the way of a newcomer, and Risky Spin, very well supported in the market. He's a son of Highland Reel, being gelded for his debut. Probably bred more for the flat, which probably makes plenty of appeal for a bumper around Huntington.
That's to come in about 6 minutes' time, the last at Huntington. as they take a final turn here at Haydock. Ahead of this at 3:40, we've got 9 runners in total, and Hititi is the 7-4 market leader from Credo at 7-2. Fontaine Collonges is 7-1. My Silver Lining is 15-2. Final chance for bets with one more turn to take. Take Your Time is 10-1. Pep Lemoko 12, 16s Prairie Wolf. Monbeg Genius is 16s, and it's 28 for the outsider here, Prince de Fichot, with numbers 1 and 5. The 2 non-runners, they're facing the starter now. The tape's been drawn across, and the flag is soon to be raised. Let's go and take the call ahead of the 3:40.
Good luck, everybody, in the last. Walking in. And they're off. Starter Lee Jones gets them away first time for the finale on Betfair Chase Day. The best odds on the Betfair Exchange Handicap Chase. Take Your Time, and the mauve and the grey, My Silver Lining, the leading pair over the first fence, which they all handle neatly enough. And now a long run before they get to the first of the fences in the back straight. Take Your Time, My Silver Lining, and Monbeg Genius down at the running rail in a yellow jacket going handy. Fontaine Collonges under Charlie Deutsch in the dark blue, sitting in 4th as they move into the paddock turn. And then Prairie Wolf in the black and red, who races out wide. Hititi, Brian Hughes right around the inner in the red and mauve. And Pepe Lemoko, the stripes for Dave Noonan, up between the latter named pair. Prince de Fichot under jockey change down in McMenamin. Yellow sleeves disputing last place off down the back straight with Credo under Sam Twiston Davis. So making the approach to the second of the 19 scheduled fences along the way, and now 3 in a line from the near side across. Monbeg Genius, Take Your Time, and My Silver Lining. Fontaine Collonges, widest of all, is a handy 4th. And then Prairie Wolf, Pepe Lemoko, Hititi rising. Prince de Fichot and Credo at the last 2. So Take Your Time and Freddie Gingell with a small lead approaching the 3rd over My Silver Lining. James Best, a very close second. All neat enough there. Completed half a mile or so now. Take Your Time narrowly over My Silver Lining. Fontaine Collonges on the far side coming up to join the leading line. Monbeg Genius down on the near side jumping well. Just in advance of Prairie Wolf and Prince de Fichot. And Pepe Lemoko, Credo and Hititi. Penultimate one in the back straight first time. Take Your Time. Keeps getting competition for the lead. Monbeg Genius on that occasion was closest to him. Now they move on to the open ditch at the end of the back straight. This is fence 6. Take Your Time. Monbeg Genius, My Silver Lining. Fontaine Collonges. And then Hititi will have the rail into the turn. Upsize Pepe Lemoko, and wide of that pair Prairie Wolf. And Prince de Fichot and Credo. So they race left-handed. And they've completed more than a mile in this Betfair Handicap Chase. Turning on in to face the line of 4 fences up the straight. And they're almost 4 in a line once again. Take Your Time, mauve jacket. Fontaine Collonges on the extreme left. Monbeg Genius on the right. And the grey Silver Lining completing that leading quartet. And Hititi on the far side. The mud-spattered red cap for Brian Hughes, alongside Pepe Lemoko in the stripes and Prairie Wolf in the black and red. Prince de Fichot in the cheek pieces, upsides Credo, that pair remain in rear. On now towards another open ditch, the 8th of the 19. Take Your Time, Fontaine Collonges. My Silver Lining and Monbeg Genius. Fontaine Collonges left his mark in the fence there. Dislodged quite a bit of birch. Charlie Deutsch removes a pair of goggles as they move on towards the fence, which brings them to the end of a circuit. Fontaine Collonges, narrowly on that occasion. The whole field, however, is covered by little more than 3 lengths. Now, unsurprisingly, they've gone fairly steadily as they move on now towards fence 10. Fontaine Collonges on the near side, rising, just ahead of Take Your Time, My Silver Lining and Monbeg Genius up the inner. Now, Prince de Fichot in the cheek pieces. Credo, Prairie Wolf, the stripes of Pepe Lemoko, Hititi buried away on the inner. Very well grouped up. An exciting finisher for that, tightly clustered on the next circuit. Fontaine Collonges for the big race-winning combo, Venetia Williams and Charlie Deutsch, leading them around the paddock turn. Take Your Time, ever prominent, a handy second. Monbeg Genius right around the inn under Nick Schofield, disputing 3rd with My Silver Lining, the grey mare. Prince de Fichot circling them. Hititi down at the running rail. Credo in the red, white and blue. and then Prairie Wolf and Pepe Lamoco. So heading on down the back straight once again, moving on towards fence 11. They've got just under a mile and a quarter still to cover at this point. Fontaine Collage and Take Your Time. My Silver Lining going up between horses. Jumped really well there. Attack the fence, My Silver Lining. Certainly out-jumped Fontaine Collage. On towards the next across on the far side. Take Your Time on the near side of My Silver Lining and Fontaine Collage wide. Then Monbeg Genius. It's being asked for a little bit more. Prairie Wolf at that one has dropped to the rear. Pepe Lamoco's patiently ridden. Credo, red, white and blue, just about make out the red, white and blue. Mid-pack creeping into it. Take Your Time narrowly ahead on that occasion. Proustafisho missed out there, made a mistake. Going towards the penultimate one over on the far side. This is going to be 6 from home. And it's Take Your Time over My Silver Lining, Monbeg Genius. Pepe Lamoco through the top. Hititi shaken up briefly on landing. Moving on towards the open ditch at the end of the back straight. Just over 3/4 of a mile to go. Take Your Time back in front by a length there. Monbeg Genius jumped up well. Proustafisho didn't really have a cut at that one. He's dropped himself out in last place. Hititi and Prairie Wolf for the final duo in the main cluster. And they're now beginning to leave the back straight behind them. Take Your Time alongside the grey My Silver Lining.
Often racing at Huntington.
Fontaine Collage. They're the leading quartet. 3 lengths away, 4 lengths away. Credo's now being bustled along. Pepe Lamoco is under pressure. Hititi struggling to get into it with Prairie Wolf, and then Proustafisho has just about tagged himself on again in last place. But at the moment, there's a breakaway group of 4 heading on down towards the 4th last. Fontaine Collage on the near side. Take Your Time in the centre. My Silver Lining up between them. And Monbeg Genius landed in 4th place. And it was Take Your Time and My Silver Lining who were the leading pair. Moving on down now towards the final open ditch, the 3rd last. Still more than 3 furlongs to cover. Fontaine Collage under the rail is coming right back into it. And then Monbeg Genius. And there Take Your Time was long, joined by Fontaine Collage. My Silver Lining can't muster anymore. Monbeg Genius has moved into 3rd, and it's Fontaine Collage now. On down towards the 2nd last from Take Your Time. Monbeg Genius a further 4 lengths away. Surely concerns only these 3. They're miles clear of the others who can barely raise a gallop. And it's Fontaine Collage. It's Charlie Deutsch and Venetia Williams again. 1 left to jump. Fontaine Collage pricks her ears, draws to it, gets over it neatly. 6, 7 lengths ahead of Monbeg Genius and Take Your Time, who were barely going quick enough to get out of each other's way in behind. And Fontaine Collage is simply sauntering clear. What an afternoon for Charlie Deutsch. What a day up and down the country for Venetia Williams. Charlie salutes the crowd, and why not? Fontaine Collage has bolted up over Monbeg Genius. Take Your Time in 3rd. The only other to finish, Credo in 4th. The rest pulled up.
What a day for Venetia Williams as Fontaine Collage wins the last there at Haydock. We're going to go straight to Huntington and get the remainder of the call for their last race.
The inside between horses Herbie Goes Bananas and wider is Crowd Quake in the hands of Jack Quinlan. Back towards the rear of the field is Uncle Remus, is racing in company with Uhtred Ragnarsson. Still a bit deep on the track is Memoranda, and the back marker still is Risky Spin. Josh Bryan confidently handling him at the moment, not wanting to play any sort of part, and is a length and a half at the rear. Levelling off down the far side, progressing along the back straight, and up top it's Fran the Man. Still has the advantage here over Lion Hill. Most notably, Memoranda is going quite wide down the back straight, keeping much wider than the main bunch. Still in between horses is 10 Bob Tommy, racing there in about 3rd place, and in fact poking their head forwards to the leading line now as Fran the Man starts to come off the bridle, and we're about to have some change. What you waiting for? Waiting no longer. Comes up the insides and takes it up. Goes on here over Lion Hill. Behind them now pushed along is 10 Bob Tommy. Memoranda still on the outside. Caballero Cliff in against the fence, moving quite well. Risky Spin still goes well. Got plenty of traffic in front though, and now just looking to try and weave through. Fran the Man stopped quite quickly and is detached by a good 7 or 8 lengths as they work out of the back. Heading back towards home then inside the final half mile in our concluding bumper. And on the inside, What You Waiting For is being joined by Lion Hill. Herbie Goes Bananas then in third. Caballero Cliff has travelled quite well throughout in fourth. Now gets a squeeze on the home turn. Risky Spin is making some headway, but has got a good 5 or 6 lengths to find. Uncle Remus is also trying to run on the right-hand side. Several of these being eased off in rear as they work their way inside the final 2 furlongs. Herbie Goes Bananas is in front here, and a couple now the lead. From in second, Caballero Cliff. In third place then is Lion Hill, trying to run on his Utrecht Ragnarsson, but it's Herbie Goes Bananas inside the final furlong of the contest, keeping it up here over Caballero Cliff, who's trying hard to the line. Herbie Goes Bananas.
Herbie Goes Bananas wins the last at Huntington. Ken, what looks nice ahead of this next at Ascot?
Spring Girl for me each way, but keep an eye on Best Life, who's a nice type but not fit.
Brilliant. Thanks for your work, Ken, today.
Thank you.
That's Ken. Paddock side at Ascot Forest as the flag's been raised for their last. It's a 3-mile novice handicap hurdle with Copseal Lad, your 11-4 joint favourite, with Rena Quid 13-2 and bigger. They're off and racing.
The hurdles twice, and they run down towards the first of them with maybe Best Life and Copseal Lad. With those is Thank You Mom, and also one from the right there is Jalisco Star. Then the green checks on the sleeves of Spring Gale. She'll be about 5th. Rena Curta in the black and yellow in the centre as they come on towards number 2. Almost all yellow colours then of King of the Lake, and followed by Rubies or Gold, which is a red sleeve dark jacket. Very dark colours then of the Bold Thady is at the rear of the field. Bit of a run before they'll get to 3, which is down the side of the track. And Thank You Mom, one of the best turned out awards, the noseband and the big cheek pieces. The white face, widest on the course, is Best Life, and a maroon jacket and nosebanded mare Jalisco Star is between those, and that's the leading trio. Then coupled together are Spring Gale, maybe just ahead. She's about a neck ahead of the grey Copseal Lad, and they're 4th and 5th together. King of the Lake, the yellow with the black hoop, and the mainly black jacket with yellow hoops on the sleeves. Rena Quirto race together. Then comes Rubies or Gold. It's got cheek pieces on, dark jacket, red sleeves, and the Bold Thady in a combination of black and green, so very dark jacket, continues to be the back marker. They get on towards number 3. Thank You Mom is just about in front there. Short run down towards 4, Jalisco Star and Best Life, a little wider on the course, a close-up with the leader as they jump over number 4. Copseal Lad, light blue jacket in the centre is next, then on towards the left is Spring Gale. Going just about widest now is Rubies or Gold as they near the completion of the first mile and they turn into the straight for the first time. Then Rena Queda and King of the Lake virtually together just ahead of Rubies or Gold, and then comes the Bold Thady, who continues to move along happily enough but at the back of the field, but there's only going to be about 7-8 lengths between them. Up front as they turn in, Olive Nichols on Thank You Mom towards the left, with on the right the white face and white sleeves of Best Life. Nico de Boinville in between those, the nose-banded Jalisco Star, Kevin Brogan in maroon colours. That trio virtually touched down together there at number 5, and a short run now on towards number 6. Are a couple of lengths off those. Paul O'Brien in light blue on Copseal Lad, and then Spring Gale with the checks on the sleeves, Harry Cobden. They'll be in 4th and 5th places. They are a couple of lengths ahead of Rena Quirto, Ben Jones, black and yellow jacket. Almost all yellow colours is Rex Dingle on King of the Lake. Then Rubies or Gold nearest the stand side, red sleeves for Sean Bowen, who'll be about a neck only ahead of Dylan Kidd on the Bold Thady, who continues to be the back marker. Away they go then to the far side. This is getting past halfway in this Copybet Novices Handicap Hurdle. And it's still Thank You Mom, Jalisco Star and Best Life. This trio continue to match strides as they race on then towards number 6. They've moved on a bit, 6 or 7 lengths ahead to Copseal Lad, in company with Spring Gale, will take it in 4th and 5th positions as they jump over it now. Then Rena Quirto and King of the Lake. Widest of all is Rubies or Gold, and then the Bold Thady is still just at the rear of the field, but still is only about 10 lengths first to last. At the next flight, leading trio up and over safely. They continue to be Thank You Mom, Jalisco Star and Best Life. Trio about 5-6 lengths ahead. The others are almost in line now. Extreme left is Spring Gale. Yellow Jacket of King of the Lake has joined this. Light blue of Copsill Lad. Black and yellow of Rena Querta. They are in the next 4, 5, 6 and 7 all in line. Behind these is Rubies or Gold in company with the Bold Thade. In fact, it's just moved up one position now. So they race on with 4 more flights of hurdles to take. Very well bunched. Against the running well, Thank You Ma'am. Continues with Jalisco Star, and wider of these is Best Life. It's still this trio. The others have caught up with them now. It's only about a length further back to Copsill Lad with Spring Gale towards the left, white, red and green jacket. King of the Lake is still there. Rena Querta be about 1 from the right at the moment, and the black and yellow as they jump over the 4th last flight of hurdles. Extreme right is Rubies or Gold, and the Bold Thade is still in touch with them as well as they move them towards the 3rd last flight of hurdles. And it was probably Jalisco Star who was very narrowly in front there to Best Life and Thank You Ma'am. 1 from the right, Rena Querta, was started out in black and yellow, mud splattered now, but is in still black and yellow, and bang there. Then the light blue of Copsill Lad. Spring Gale is against the running rail up the inside. King of the Lake is behind that. Rubies or Gold trying to get into it. The back marker continues to be the Bold Thade, but it's only 6 or 7 lengths behind. Turning in to the home straight, Thank You Ma'am, Jalisco Star have now been joined by Rena Querta. Then Copsill Lad is a length and a half behind those. Off to the left is Spring Gale. Behind these are Red Sleeve Jacket, Rubies or Gold. Still making headway the Bold Thade. At the second last, and it's Jalisco Star in the maroon colours. The yellow cap on the right is Rena Querta. Still there is Thank You Ma'am, the red jacket over towards the far side, and these are ahead of Copsill Lad. This is the last flight, and it's Jalisco Star. She's been one of the prominent racers the whole way round. Still has the lead now with Kevin Brogan as they race up towards the line. Rena Querta and Thank You Ma'am are giving pursuit, but as they race towards the line, it's Jalisco Star over a length ahead and wins. Second to be very close, Thank You Ma'am in company there with Rena Querta, and then still running on the Bold Thade in 4th.
Yeah, Jalisco Star is the winner, has beaten Rena Querta with Thank You Ma'am in 3rd, and that must be a pretty big price there, Alistair, in the last.
Absolutely, I'd have thought probably about the 20 to 1 mark. Yeah, ran okay on his final hurdle, started banging, but then didn't run much of a race at Carlisle last time out on his chase debut. I should say. But yeah, clearly not going to be a chaser, but a capable hurdler. But had the run of things, a few notable disappointments in behind, weren't there? So by Ascot standards, I'd say that was a fairly ordinary handicap hurdle.
Believe you're on your break now.
I believe I am.
Excellent.
Indeed.
Look forward to you rejoining us ahead of the evening action at Newcastle and Wolverhampton.
Okie dokie. I'll speak to you both later.
Brilliant.
Cheers, Al.
Cheers, Craig. All the best.
Yeah, Jalisco Star, the winner then, at 22 to 1 in the 350 at Ascot. Full SBs to follow shortly. We'll be heading back to Newcastle for their 4:10 in about 13 minutes' time. Golden Strike, your 3 to 1 market leader from Rogue Encore at 7 to 2. 11 to 2 then for Latache. Zip is 8 to 1. It's 8 and bigger. 12 run in total in a 7 furlong handicap at Newcastle. That's to come in just over 10 minutes' time. I'm going to pass you over to Betting TV for the next 5 or 6 minutes because they've got continued action for you in the meantime, but we'll be back shortly to preview the next in great depth.
At least 6 from 3, and then a gap back to the remaining quartet. 6 being pressurised by 3 now late on. 6 putting up a good fight though, and 6 and 3. 6 just holding off the challenge, the persistent challenge of the favourite Swift Alter. 6 beating 3 in the 357 race at Crayford. There's a slight delay, by the way, to racing at Swindon today, and earlier the 313 at Swindon was a race that was declared void.
The international break came at a great time for both of these sides. City have lost 4 in a row, which is inexplicable for this set of players and Pep, while Spurs have been beaten by Galatasaray and Ipswich in their last 2 games. I expect City to win this. Back at the Etihad, they have a significant advantage, and Spurs have only won 2 of their last 11 Premier League away games. I like both teams to score too. Neither defence looks overly assured at the moment. Erling Haaland grabbed a hat-trick for Norway against Kazakhstan, so it's reasonable to assume he's back in form. He's good for over 1 shot on target in what I think will be an entertaining
Rogue Encore, a pretty solid favourite here at 100 to 30. Golden Strike has drifted out to 4 to 1 from 3s. Latache has come down to 5s from 6s. Enola Gray 15 to 2. Royal Zabille in a couple of points on 9 to 1. 9 to 1 as well for Zip. Judgment Call 11s. Mahato on 12 to 1. There's also money for Mudama, who is into 12 to 1 from 18s. Mahato's 12 to 1. Orban 33s, One More Dream 50s, and Neapolitan available at 100 to 1 as the runners are getting themselves organised down at the start and the handlers about to commence loading. First one goes in, that's Enola Gray to stall 2. Neapolitan's in as well. Royal Zabille and Mudama has joined them. One More Dream going in. Golden Strike's just got a little bit warm down at the start, which is an achievement considering that it's freezing. He's about to go into stall number 9. Latache has gone forward. Rogue Encore, Mahato are both out of line. Golden Strike's just a little bit on his toes in stall 9. Handlers have gone in to assist Jack Garrity with the lightly raced 3-year-old. 4 to go. Make that 3 now. Waiting on Zip. Judgment Call and Rogue Encore, the 3 we're waiting on. In goes Rogue Encore, Judgment Call, and the old man Zip about to come forward to complete the line. He will be the last one for race 2. Zip goes forward, ready, and racing. Off they go over 7 furlongs here for the Stay Safe players with BetMGM handicap, with Zip breaking out well. So too the fellow grey Mudama away to the right, and between that pair racing enthusiastically because they're only going steady early doors here is Royal Zabille with the orange sleeves. Golden Strike also in yellow taking a handy sit as well. One More Dream in 4th, settling alongside Mudama. Then 3 parts away 6 is Judgment Call. Another length to Latache alongside Rogue Encore in the red and white. The next wave of 3s Neapolitan, Orban and Mahato between them, and Enola Gray is the back marker as they come down the centre of the course, and it's Zip who has the lead, leading under Warren Fentiman by a length and a half to Royal Zabille and Golden Strike 2 and 3. Judgment Call is racing with One More Dream and Mudama. They're in 4, 5 and 6th places. Latache is in behind them. Rogue Encore just angling towards the stand side. Mahato in pink moving well as they come back to the final quarter mile from Neapolitan and Enola Gray. And Orban is further back. It is Zip in front. Royal Zabille, the first one to try and launch a challenge on the far side. From Judgment Call, Golden Strike, Latache, light blue trying to run on. But Zip from the front is trying to see off Royal Zabille. Further back is Latache. Judgment Call. They're getting going in behind, but Zip is still there. Zip is in front with 100 yards left to go, and Zip is holding on. Zip 3/4 of a length. Under Warren Fentiman, made all from Royal Zabille, Latache and Rogue Encore, and then came Mahato.
and suddenly he's in the north to 65. So you know he's just running against a slightly better class of rival and finding it tough off this sort of mark.
I mentioned Knights over Egypt.
Mr. Fustic is drawn in
that,
stall
song,
number
I'm sure,
3.
from the early 80s, but Wolverhampton, 6 furlong winner back in September and won a claimer on heavy ground at Leicester last time. Again, is it just the depth, the grade here that we'll probably find that one out, or could he give it a bit of a squeak of making the frame at 25s?
Well, when he won, I think he kind of got the run of things. You know, there was a slow pace. He sat very close to the slow pace that day. He was in the prime position to strike. He's ended up winning just by a head in the end. Everything just fell into place for him. You know, he had very much had the run of things. There's no reason why he couldn't slot into a similar position. There's no guarantee they're going to go too hard here. So, yeah, he could win, but you got to remember when he won that handicap of 58, you know, he was in the plum spot all the way.
Okay, so a Book of Life it is for Craig to reverse the form with Drifts Away, the favourite of the last couple of going forward. Just a note, by the way, folks, that Cork has been abandoned for tomorrow. Some early news on that front. So there will be one less card for us to cover here on William Hill tomorrow. But they're just about all in at Wolverhampton. Let's go join them.
Okay, without any incidents, they're off, and they are all away on terms. So they take time to think with BetMGM Handicap, the first division. Good start by Mr. Fustic. Out wider, Drifts Away. Keen to lead, Adam Farraher. Up there as well, Love Your Work with the red noseband is handily ridden. Out wider, covering the leader's move, is Book of Life. The first two meeting again after their clash 10 days ago. Billy McGarry's in behind runners. Out wider, Knights over Egypt, who's in a share of 5th position. Up against the rail is Always Fearless as they go down the back straight here. Without slightly wider of that one, Monsieur Patat, Legend of Leros, is 3 from the back, who's on the outside of Unreal Connection, and in last place is Retraction. Down the back straight, it's Drifts Away that leads. From in second place, Book of Life. Up there as well, Mr. Fustic and Dylan Hogan in the mauve jacket towards the inside. Out wider, Love Your Work and Hayley Turner, tracked through by Knights over Egypt. Towards the inside of that as they swing out of the back straight, Billy McGarry. In behind Billy McGarry is Always Fearless, who's up against the rail as they now begin the turn towards the final 3 furlongs of the contest. Then Monsieur Patat out wider of Always Fearless. Then Legend of Leros comes next towards the back. Still Retraction at this stage as they begin the turn into the straight. Now being ridden along, Drifts Away, taken on by Book of Life. Love Your Work is trying to get into it as well. Ridden along then in behind runners, Mr. Fustic. Ridden then is Billy McGarry with out wider, Knights over Egypt. Also staying on Monsieur Patat down on the far left. Book of Life in the lead from Drifts Away and Love Your Work. Well inside the final furlong then. Can this leader last out? Book of Life. Love Your Work is putting up a challenge. Monsieur Patat's finishing well down the outside. Retraction also finishing late. Love Your Work might have got there. It's close with Book of Life. Retraction, he ran on late. Monsieur Patat. And then Knights over Egypt. The judge is called upon for the first.
Photo finish. Photo finish.
Yep, Hayley Turner on the near side. And Richard Kingscote on the far side. It looks as though Hayley's got there. The camera's focusing on her as well. And I think yours has been nailed on the line, Craig.
Just sums up the day, Jonathan. Sums up. They did all the hard work, you know. Maybe didn't need to go as aggressive early doors to try and, you know, run behind, Drifts Away. Got the better of him.
all the way out to 11 to 2 now, Tufan. So new favourite, Havana Touch, the grey, who's needing a bit of persuasion to go in at the moment, has just gone in. So loading up, Poetic Force has gone in. Also in Deep Blue, so they are loading. Stall's Handler has just gone into Poetic Force. Molly Gunn on board. Horse is okay. Stall's Handler has popped out again. Vecchio, looking for a first win, is about to be installed on the outside here. Not many more left to go. Outrace, the Chestnut, and Soames Foresight, the last two to go forward here. Thanks, Jason. Last one going in is Soames Foresight. Soames Foresight, the last one in. Set to go for the second division. They take time to think with BetMGM handicap. They're off and they are racing. Gray got away well. Havana Touch. Also being ridden prominently early on here, out a little bit wider on the course, is Outrace. Soames Foresight is in between runners. Then we have Tufan, who's in about fourth position, being followed through by King of Speed, the pink colours with the green cap on the outside of the orange cap of Deep Blue, held up towards the rear. Snooze Lane, the green jacket. Poetic Force out wide with the white cap. Molly Gunn, the back marker is Vecchio. So go quite steady around that bend. Snooze Lane was shuffled back, didn't have a lot of room as they go down the far side of the course. So taking them along is Havana Touch and George Buckle. From in second place is Outrace. Then in third on the inside, Soames Foresight and Dylan Hogan. Out wider is Tufan. Back from the break, David Probert in fourth position in the violet jacket. In behind, quite keen, King of Speed is up on the outside. The green cap towards the inside is Deep Blue, followed through by Snooze Lane. Still out wider is Poetic Force, and the back marker is Vecchio. So now head out of the back straight inside the final half mile. Still leading is Havana Touch. From in second place, Outrace. Soames Foresight is in third place. Then Tufan. Deep Blue is midfield. Out wider, been very keen, King of Speed. On the outside is midfield. Then Poetic Force is on the outside of Snooze Lane. And then at the back of the field is Vecchio. Swinging in, Havana Touch under pressure and overtaken by Outrace. And Outrace has gone for home, passing the twos. Quickly gone 2-3 lengths clear. Soames Foresight giving chase, along with Tufan. King of Speed is running on the outside. Then behind Vecchio making some late headway, but Outrace has opened up by a good 3 lengths under Alec Wojkanski, being chased by King of Speed in second, then Poetic Force in third place, but it's Outrace who's clear, made that move around the bend and will not be caught, will win this comfortably. Outrace, tight second. Poetic Force ran on, forcing a photo with King of Speed, and then came Vecchio.
the second, it has to be said. He did get a wide trip, I guess, last time out, but you wouldn't want to be making excuses. It's still early days, but again, he's another that, or she, I should say, is probably going to be one for handicaps, you'd have thought. But if Sundiata Keita doesn't make that expected step up, then he's definitely got the form to figure on. I mean, that RPR of 69 at Southall is right up there in this Badder maiden, so certainly couldn't put you off her.
A newcomer in here is Kemlin at 9-2, steadily supported for the Ed Bethel team.
Yeah, good yard.
Chin Ginny at the rear of the field. They're moving down towards the final 2.5 furlongs now. And Sundiata Keita, Joe Fanning from the front. Packet of biscuits. Kemlin with the yellow cap away to the left. Queen of the Roses on the far side. Further back is Renewable Dream and Grey Salvo as Sundiata Keita brings them down to the final furlong. Shaken up as Queen of the Roses tries to challenge on the far side. Packet of biscuits and then Kemlin. And it's still just Sundiata Keita. Queen of the Roses is closing the gap all the time, and Packet of Biscuits flashing home as well. It will be Queen of the Roses. On top from Packet of Biscuits, Sundiata Kieran Kemlin, clear of Grey Salvo, Renewable Dream, and Chin Ginny, never involved.
Yeah, Queen of the Roses wins there at a pretty big price for Ali Rawlinson. Second goes the way of Packet of Biscuits, just ahead of Sundiata Keita, and it was a win at the second time of asking for Queen of the Roses, Alistair.
Yeah, race of changing fortunes late on. I mean, never, if you back the favourite, never really did you think he was going to get beat. He looked a very different horseman on his debut at Wolverhampton, knew his job, showed good early speed, looked in his comfort zone for the vast majority of the race. And you always thought that he was going to fend off the filly, but it was all changed in the last 100 yards. And yeah, Queen of the Roses, I mean, she was hard to fancy, really. Obviously, she's got a very good pedigree, but it was only sixth first time out. Admittedly, the favourite was only fifth on his debut, but, she was very easy to back at Wolverhampton, and you couldn't really see that coming. But obviously, she's come on a bundle for that first run. And what the form is worth is debatable, but with her pedigree, just getting a win on the board will count for a lot. That's sort of job done, really.
Queen of the Roses then, 12-1. The winner from Packet of Biscuits, 3s in second. That was the 5-10 at Newcastle. We're going to go to Wolverhampton for their 5.25. That's in about 11 minutes. Time Inversion is a short price favourite at 5-6. 11 runners heading to the post for that 1 mile novice stakes contest. Just before we turn our attention to that, Alistair, bit of a talking point this week was the gallop of Constitution Hill. Now, a bit more information has come out since. He's got a problem, and we don't know, but we probably won't see him for the Fighting Fifth. What have you made of the last, I guess it's 10 days in the world of Constitution Hill?
Well, it's just very disappointing, isn't it? But, Nicky Henderson takes a lot of stick and a lot of flack, and end of the day, if the horse isn't right, the horse isn't right. He's not making stuff up. I know people want to see more of him, but they don't want to see him get beat or underperform either. And the gallop was very uninspiring, clearly. Something's come to light, and that's it. He can't run in the Fighting Fifth. And now they'll try and get him ready for Kempton. And for a horse that was so physically and mentally bomb-proof, everything seemed, the wheels seemed to be coming off in terms of he had a wind issue, he had the colic issue, now he's lame. But they're not machines, and these things happen. I mean, why Nicky Henderson's getting grief and why is just absolutely beyond me. I mean, he wants to run the horse. It's very frustrating for everybody, but these are animals, they're horses, and they're not machines, and these things happen, and there's no way he's going to run a horse of Constitution Hill's, supreme talent unless he's 100% right. He's not going to be 100% fit for his first start, obviously, but at the end of the day, they can do what they want. It's their horse, and we just have to accept that. But yeah, all this stuff about, conspiracy theories was just a complete load of nonsense. The horse isn't right, and therefore they're not going to run him, end of.
I've got to say, if you'd have told me at the start of last week, and I don't like talking about Cheltenham too early, but if you'd have said the Champion Hurdle market has Lossiemouth as 9-4 favourite, with Constitution Hill and State Man out at 4-1. I would have been very surprised, and it has opened it up a great deal. That
Bogle, who's seen off Amelia's Joy. Tatty Bogle from Amelia's Joy. Thunder Earthlight trying to close the gap in third place. Singora's running on against the rail, but it's Tatty Bogle who's in the clear here for Charlie Johnston and Joe Fanning. Hands and heels, Tatty Bogle off the mark the third attempt. Singora ran on well with promise to take second from Amelia's Joy. Thunder Earthlight fourth, just in front of Mile by Mile.
Well, the Johnston team have had a winner there with Tatty Bogle. Second goes Singora's Way. Third was Amelia's Joy, but at the third attempt, Alistair, Tatty Bogle has won.
Yeah, given a positive ride, coming back in trip, knew he'd stay, so Joe Fanning did the right thing, dictated a fair, I mean, he's had the run of things, so he didn't really get pressurised up front, dictated throughout, and he's kicked away and basically just outstayed them. Amelia's Joy's finishing effort was a little disappointing. Thunder Earthlight travelled okay, just never picked up at all. And there were no obvious excuses. He settled fairly well. He seemed to know his job. He travelled okay, but just didn't pick up. Whether he needs further or not, I don't know. But given the market confidence behind him, that was a bit underwhelming. And then you've got the Gemma Tutty newcomer Singora, who stayed on better than anything to finish second. But the likelihood is that was a pretty ordinary race.
Tatty Bogle, the 9-4 winner from Singora at 5s. It was Amelia's Joy third at 7-2. We go to Wolverhampton again for their 5:55 in 11 minutes time. 5 furlong nursery, 7 runners in total, and causing a commotion is 5-4 market leader. 7-2, 18 Carat Gold, Frankie's Dream 9-2, 13-2, and bigger the remainder in around 10 minutes time. It's just Wolverhampton and Newcastle to bring you for the rest of the evening. And if it's okay, Alistair, when we come back in between the next break, have a little look at some of Punchestown tomorrow there. John Durkin, of course, being the feature, if that's okay.
Absolutely.
Brilliant. Look forward to it. We'll be back shortly.
Celtic head to Hearts in the late game in the William Hill Premiership, and here is my bet builder. Let's keep it simple. We'll start with Celtic to win. They're still unbeaten in the league, and Hearts are struggling, having only picked up 9 points this season. We'll go with no in the both teams to score market. Celtic have kept 4 clean sheets in a row domestically, and the last 2 head-to-heads have seen Celtic win without conceding. Cards next in. Hearts have 3 players with 5 yellows this season, and as a collective, the Jambos have picked up 35 bookings already this season, so the hosts go in to have more cards than their visitors. And finally, Nicholas Kuhn went into the break in fantastic scoring form. He's averaging more than a shot on target per game this season, so let's go with over 1 here to complete the bet builder in a game Celtic should dominate.
So Crayford coming next on William Hill 1, 5:49. Down the card there. Trap 1 is vacant. 5-4 trap 2, 11-4 the 3. 9-2 trap 4, 7-1 about the 5 dog, and 7-2 about trap 6. So Cree Bono in trap 2, the 11-8 favourite there. The result through from Swindon, Ardrala Daisy, the 2-1 favourite, the winner from trap 4, beat the 3 unknown Captain, 7-2 joint second favourite. The 5 was third. And also prices up on screen for Gulfstream, the 5:49. Billy the Greek, the 5-4 favourite, 9-2 about Speed Control. 5-1 Remerton, and 13-2 about Foxtrot Harry. It's 8 bar those. Wolverhampton's 5:55, the next British action, causing a commotion, 5-4 favourite there. But all in at Crayford. One vacant here. 49's over on William Hill 2. Lids rising away, they go at Crayford. 6 breaking much the better of the field. 3 now making some inroads, in fact going on at the first bend. 3 from 6, followed by 5, 4 and then 2. Remembering trap 1 is vacant in this contest, and 3 a couple of lengths clear from 6. 5 through into third place, gap to the 4, and 2 is out the back off the final bend. It's trap 3, Sportsman's Rose Up, too good, beats the 6 and the 5. 3-6-5 the order in at Crayford. Let's go join the 49s then on William Hill 2. So 43, 4, 23, 3 and 8 and 45 completes your 49s. And here's the booster ball. And that is number 16. Pictures in from Gulfstream then for the next action from there, 5:49.
You joined us back on William Hill Racing Radio ahead of the next at Wolverhampton. It's the 5:55, just the 7 runners going down to the stalls here for a Class 6 nursery, and causing a commotion is the 11-10 favourite from 7-2, 18 Carat Gold. Frankie's Dreams 6-1. Keeping Links is 7s. It's then double figure prices. The remainder, Master Zach 14s, Wood A Whisper 22s, and Mr. Coco Fizz is the same price. A lot of non-runners, 3, 4 and 7 don't go, so that leaves us with a field of 7 and a pretty short price favourite again here, Alistair, causing a commotion. This is Kevin Ryan's runner and was 7th when last seen at Newcastle. Comes to Wolverhampton again today.
Yeah, 11-10. Geez.
Even money.
Seventh last time out, and they tried blinkers, which have swiftly been dispensed of. I mean, clearly, you're hanging your hat on that fourth over course and distance the time before, which was his handicap debut. He'd gone off at big prices in his qualifying runs, 125-1 for his last one at Thirsk, but he then goes off a well-backed favourite for that handicap debut and ran a nice race, doing all his best work late on. That day, he smacked of a surefire future winner, but he has got to bounce back from Newcastle. With the headgear left off, he may well do, but 11-10 looks a bit short. I thought 18 Carat Gold could be interesting. Steve Johnson-Houghton, excellent trainer. The angle in with this horse is the drop back to 5, the combination of the drop back to 5 and the fact he could well have a soft lead up front. He's the only real confirmed front runner in the field. Frankie's Dream could mess things up potentially. But I think from stall 3 you could get a soft lead here, and he's coming back to 6. He's coming back to 5. He's showing more than enough pace over 6 to believe that he could be a better horse at this distance. Clearly, he's another one who will need to run better than he did last time at Chelmsford, where again he showed a lot of early pace but dropped out disappointingly. But I just think coming back to 5 in that from a good draw, in the hope that he can get some freedom up front and not get pressurised, then he might just get away from them. So that's the master plan. Whether it bears fruition, we'll wait to see. But that's my angle into this race.
You mentioned one a minute ago as well, Frankie's Dream. Dropped to 5 last time out at Chepstow. I was there that day, actually. I can't remember why. But was beaten 8 lengths early in September. Comes back to 5 today after a bit of a layoff. And as you said, maybe up there near the pace?
Possibly. I mean, he raced not far away at Chepstow, but he did lead the time before at Newcastle. So you're sort of second guessing what jockeys are going to do. But end of the day, he's got a nice pedigree. He's a son of Bellardo. They've had him gelded, haven't they, since Chepstow in early September. So he's been off for 82 days, but they have gelded him. And he is, I mean, he's 8-1. He's sort of, they're hardly backing him off the boards, are they? So I'd have reservations for now.
18 Karat Gold then, the selection at 100-30 with just 2 to load. It's causing a commotion at 11-10, 7-2 18 Karat Gold, 15-2, and bigger the remainder. Just 1 to go forwards. That's number 1, Wood A Whisper, into stall 6. Let's go and take the call for the next at Wolverhampton.
Last one going in is Wood Hay Whisper. Dylan Hogan for Max Young, stall number 6. And is now in. So we're ready for the sprint. This handicap over 5 furlongs. The Safer Gambling Tools at BetMGM Nursery Handicap. They're often racing. So over this 5 furlongs, causing a commotion is on the inside, but doesn't lead early on. The one who's coming across is Wood Hay Whisper. And Dylan Hogan had a good look across, making sure he didn't hamper the rivals in behind. Master Zach's right up there as well. The light blue of 18 Karat Gold. Bit keen on the outside. Frankie's Dream with a white face going a little bit wide around that turn. Then causing a commotion in the yellow jacket. Ridden along since the start, Cuban Links. Place out wider is Frankie's Dream. To beginning the turn in, heading towards the final couple of furlongs, and it's Wood Hay Whisper being challenged by Master Zach around the bend. 18 Karat Gold has now been shaken up into 3rd place. Out wider is Frankie's Dream. Lots to do for causing a commotion. Then Mr. Coco Fizz, and then we have Cuban Links down the straight. Wood Hay Whisper all out in front now, tackled by Master Zach. Running on from the back, Mr. Coco Fizz. Right down the near side, 18 Karat Gold. Far side causing a commotion, is now beginning to stay on. A blanket finish causing a commotion on the far side. Mr. Coco Fizz, there's not much in this, up towards the line, very tight, causing a commotion with Mr. Coco Fizz. Then up on the outside was 18 Karat Gold. It's another tight finish. Has the favourite got there? Just maybe.
Yeah, tight finish there, causing a commotion from Mr. Coco Fizz. 3rd goes the way of 18 Karat Gold. I think holding on there was causing a commotion, Alistair.
Yeah, he's definitely won. I mean, he made heavy weather of it, didn't he? Looked beaten at. Must have gone a bit quick, I think. Yes, I mean, you try and work out the way these races are going to be run, and the complete opposite happens. I mean, 18 Karat Gold's been front running. They've tried to hold him up, which probably wasn't a bad thing given the competition for the pace. And he's run okay. You know, he's seen the 5.8. He's only been beaten ahead at most, hasn't he? And causing a commotion, yeah, it looked on. If you backed him at halfway, you were a bit concerned. But he's come up that far rail as well, which isn't normally the place to be. So I guess you can upgrade it to some extent. But even though he's won, I had him down as risky business at sort of 11-10.
Causing a commotion, the 11-10 favourite, winning them from Mr. Coco Fizz. Bigger price, 14-1 in 2nd. We are going back to Newcastle for their 6-10 very shortly. Just before we do look at some of the Irish racing tomorrow, I completely went past my head. Rich Ritchie had his 100th Grade 1 winner today with Royal Pagaille. I wouldn't imagine less than 95 of them were Willie Mullins, but Venetia Williams had the lucky 100 today. Fond memories of Rich Ritchie's 100 Grade 1 winners? Any pick out there?
Oh, golly me.
I'm trying to think what my absolute favourite would be.
Annie Power, I guess. I mean, how many have there been? There's been loads, hasn't there? Vauban and Vautour and all these great horses he's had. He is, I think he's great. He wears his heart on his sleeve. He loves his horses to bits. And I was at Cheltenham on, funnily enough, when Royal Pigalle last ran before today, when he fell, and I was at Cheltenham that day. And he thinks so much of his horses, he never watches them actually race, because he gets so nervous and worries about them, they're getting injured. And I watched him from the stands because he was just in front of me. And he didn't watch that race at all when Royal Pigalle ran in the Cotswold Chase, because he just gets so worked up. And everybody was coming up to him. He was signing autographs. He was having selfies with people. He didn't turn anybody down. He'd got time for everybody. I just think, he's got loads of money, which makes, who wouldn't be happy with his bank account? But he's just a nice bloke.
Yeah.
And every time I listened to his interview today after the Betfair, and he just loves the game. He loves his horses, and he has time for everybody. He's a really decent chap, and I don't begrudge him any success he has. I really don't. I think he's a real, he's a breath of fresh air. I think when he's in these preview nights ahead of Cheltenham, he's good value. He doesn't, he's very honest about his horse's chances. I think he's great for the game.
I'll be honest, what I like especially is that he's so interested in the jumping game as well, more so than the flat. I'm a jumps person, really, and having someone like him in the game, it'd be very easy for plenty of him and his sort of partners to race on the flat all the time, wouldn't it? We see that very often, the sort of the rich in the flat, but it's good to see someone like him over jumps as well.
Absolutely, yeah. Jump National Hunt Racing, they need the big owners, it does. And they do it for the love of the game and for the love of National Hunt Racing, because, as you said, it's certainly not for the money, because you'd swap sides. But he does. He's always got something interesting to say. He holds nothing back, and really good, that they've had their 100th Grade 1 winner today, which takes a hell of a lot of doing. I mean, Willie Mullins has probably trained 98 of them, because Royal Pigalle's won the Betfair Chase twice, so there's two more.
Yeah.
I can't think of any others, maybe. Royal Pigalle, there's only 2 Grade 1 wins, unless I'm going mad.
Has he got any other horses with anyone else bar those two?
He's got the odd one splattered about, I think, but not many.
No, can't think of one off the top of my head.
He was saying earlier, he's only got horses with Venetia because his wife sat on a preview panel with her some years ago, and not that long ago, obviously, but I don't know, 5-6 years ago, whatever. And they got them great, and they sent her a couple of horses, and this one's turned out to be really good.
I think she's really good, Venetia. When she gets a good one, she can certainly train them. I think my top one would be Douvan. A few years ago, really liked him. He was quite fragile, but when he was on a going day, he'd be difficult to beat. Douvan. Just having a look tomorrow, then we've got a good 10 minutes or so before the next at Newcastle. The John Durkan is the 225 at Punchestown, and it's a competitive market, this, Alistair. Factor File heads it around about 9-4, joined at the top of the market with Fast or Slow, the Gold Cup winner Galopin de Champs, 4s, Spilan's Tower, 9s. I mean, you could start anywhere. I know you're covering it tomorrow. What wins?
I don't know. I don't really care.
No.
I think it's just a great race.
Yeah.
It's the John Durkan's always a good race, but it's never this deep. It's obviously you think, well, fair play to Willie Mullins for throwing them all in the same race, but when these horses are this good, there's so few opportunities. He has no option, really. I wouldn't be mad about Galopin de Champs, right-handed, first time back. He's clearly a far better horse going left-handed. His record would confirm that. Why they've taken Fast or Slow out of the King George, I will never, ever know.
Do you think it was a mistake?
Oh, was it?
No, I was just saying, do we think it is? Because they seem to say that was definitely going to be the next step, but then he was suddenly out of it. But they're talking about supplementing him still. It just seemed weird. It just seemed weird. I just couldn't work it out.
No, maybe it was an office error or something, clerical error, because it does not make any sense. Kempton is tailor-made for it.
Yeah.
And you're more likely to get better ground around Kempton than you are at Leopardstown. And I think he's a better horse on nice ground. But he's a horse that you just couldn't knock. Brilliant jumper. Then you got Factor File, who was last season's star staying novice. We don't know how good he is, but the way he ran at Cheltenham, he's ruddy good. Clearly, he jumps well. He's got a nice bit of speed as well, hasn't he, for a staying chaser? And I think that could be key tomorrow. The trip is 2 mile 3, which is plenty sharp enough for Galloping Deschamps. Maybe less so for Fast or Slow. But again, he's essentially a 3 miler, whereas Factor File, even though he's good at 3 mile, he's got a nice bit of speed. And you can see why he's favourite. That you've got, I Know the Way You're Thinking. I always said, I still kick myself. I mean, he was the one horse that I was always follow. I never backed the horse once, but I doing those beginners chase runs, you just thought he was being punted for something at Cheltenham, and lo and behold, he backed off the boards in the King George and duly won, and then come out and won the Grade 1 at Aintree. But again, 2 mile 3 tomorrow isn't going to be his bag. So it's an intriguing race, but I think if Factor File struggles to win tomorrow, then I'd be disappointed if Factor File didn't win, to be honest, given the trip. So he'd definitely be getting my call, but it's a fascinating race.
Do you think he'd be better over further? That's my only concern. I wonder if Fast or Slow is a quicker horse over 2.5.
I don't think that's what. I think Factor File has got all angles covered. He stayed 3 mile, obviously, to win the Brown Advisory or whatever it's called these days. But you look at his bumper form. He was runner up in the Champion Bumper to a Dream to Share. I mean, he's not a slow horse. He's got gears, and the way he won at Cheltenham, he's just got that cruising speed. So I think he'd be the happiest of the big players tomorrow at that trip.
It's one of those, you could take the top 3 out in the market out of the race, and it's still a very good race, which probably shows you how good it is tomorrow. That's at 2:25. If you took the top 3 out of the market, you've still got Spillans Tower, Glenclair West, I Know the Way You're Thinking, Journey With Me, Blue Lord, and Minella Kakuna. I mean, that's a proper race.
Right. It would still be a good Grade 1. Yeah. So it is an absolute. It's the race of the season. It puts our Betfair Chase today, even though it was a great spectacle and I loved it to bits. It puts the Betfair Chase to shame.
I know if any of those running in the John Durkan were running today at Haydock, I'd have probably backed them. Put it that way. Even the Minella Kakuna, the 50-1 shot tomorrow. Chance tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. But they've elected to go to Punchestown, and it is going to be a great race.
The 6:10 at Newcastle is our next point of call. 7 furlongs for a novice stakes, 9 runners in total, and it's another odds-on favourite. Qualiga at 8-11. Bosphorus Rose is 7-2. Serena's Song 15-2. Orange and Lemons is 11-1. Bayern Lady is 12-1. 40s Eva Dixon. It's Airy Gordy at 50s, 80s and bigger. Numbers 6, 8 and 11 don't go. So down to a field of 9 here, and another short price favourite, Alistair.
Yeah, I'm just quickly looking at what's the varying stats at Newcastle. I think they're pretty good. 25%. He trains Qualiga. I mean, this filly's odds on, but she's, as you'd expect with a horse running in these colours for variance, she's got a very smart pedigree. It's just the fact that she was sent off so strong for that Newmarket novice last month, went off 11-10 favourite. And the one thing with the variant 2-year-old debutants is the market is always a good guide. Clearly wasn't in this case because she only finished 6th, but the fact that she was so well backed, is evidence that she's pretty decent. And it was on soft ground. I think you can put a line through that. Given she seemed to watch the replay of the race. She seemed to know her job okay, but just was all at sea on the soft ground and coming into the dip. She got unbalanced, wasn't given a hard time. I'd be more than willing to give her another chance here. I don't think this is a good race in particular at all. And I'd expect her to take the world a beating if he wanted to take her on. Obviously, Bosphorus Rose would be the obvious one. Again, we've got this thing, Prescott, 2 runs, maybe needs this for a mark, but she has been competitive in both the races. And that latest form has been Frank. So I think it's pretty dull, really. But she would be the obvious danger to the favourite. But I think the favourite will win this.
Yeah, Carliga strong at 5-6, but there's plenty of reasons why she is as strong as she is. Back over 7 furlongs. Just looking at those at bigger prices, just to mention, Eva Dixon's won. Charlie Johnston, of course, had the winner of our last race. This is the 3rd try for Eva Dixon, and pretty big price as well, around 33s here, Alistair.
Yeah, ran to an ordinary level so far. RPR's in the low 60s. I mean, I'll start supporting Notts Forest if Carliga isn't a good deal better than that.
Ed Bethwell has another newcomer, Orange and Lemons, homebred, 10-1.
Yeah, again, bit like how did his runner go in the? He had one earlier, didn't he? No, Kemlin, he ran quite well. But yeah, I mean, a newcomer, not friendless in the market, but not particularly strong either, so can only be watched. Andrew Balding's got one in here, hasn't he? He's got Serena's Song, who again ran to a pretty ordinary level, RPR 69 when midfield at Southwell, and the fact that she was so weak in the market at 40-1 told a tale. She did break very slowly, so could be wiser to the job in hand today, but and she's a lot shorter in the market, so I can see her improving for definite, because she just blew the start at Southwell, and the fact she was 40-1 that day and 11-2 this evening would suggest that she's done well in the subsequent 3 weeks. So yeah, I can see her going well, but like I said, I think that basically revolves around whether the favourite will show her homework on the track, and hopefully she will.
It seems it's sort of one of those, you're trying to find reasons to go against Carliga, but the more you look into it, the less you find.
Yeah, I mean, there's an element of guesswork because, she did only finish midfield at Newmarket, but like I said, there were valid excuses, and when the varying newcomers are easy to back and on their debuts, they run accordingly.
And this filly had 2 runs so far.
And the ones who are always well touted or short, whether they win that day, they justify that confidence at some point in their career.
Carliga then, 10-11 from Bosphorus Rose at 7-2. Serena's Song, 5-1. 10s for Orange and Lemons, 11s and bigger. The remainder as the final few move forwards.
They're off. Racing over 7 furlongs here for the safer gambling tools at BetMGM Fillies Restricted Novice Stakes. Newcomer Oranges and Lemons just taking a few strides to warm up as Eva Dixon out well under Fanning straight to the front to take them along. Away to the right is Cheetah, and they're followed through in 3rd then the dark blue and white colours of Airy Gordai, racing alongside Zarina's Song. Away to the left, the dark blue and beige colours of Bosphorus Rose, and then green and purple mid-division of Sovereign Applause. Carliga's right on their heels, moving well at the moment, and racing just in front of Boyne Lady. And last of all, after the slow start, Oranges and Lemons and Harrison Shaw, who would be half a dozen lengths off Eva Dixon, who leads them on down towards the 3. Only a narrow lead, though. Cheetah's right there towards the right, and also coming to join in is Zarina's Song. Boyne Lady making ground towards the stands rail from Bosphorus Rose. Carliga will need to pick up shortly, but there's a wall of horses in front of her as Eva Dixon is leading with 1.5 furlongs to go. From Zarina's Song, Bosphorus Rose a line of 3. Carliga's now in the clear and picking up stylishly towards the stand side and has took it up inside the furlong. It's Carliga going on from Eva Dixon. Bosphorus Rose and Zarina's Song. Oranges and Lemons from the back shown plenty of promise on debut, but the bird has flown and it is Carliga. Oranges and Lemons 2nd. That was a nice start from her. 3rd was Bosphorus Rose, then Zarina's Song, Sovereign Applause and Boyne Lady.
Yeah, Carliga wins at the second time of asking, beats Oranges and Lemons. 3rd goes the way of Bosphorus Rose. And I did think for some time there, the winner wasn't going to get out of the pocket she found herself in, but she switched to the stand side and flew clear in the end. And it was a nice debut effort from the second, Alistair.
Yeah, they'll be pleased with that. They bumped into one. I mean, she's different league to that lot, as you said, from the trouble she found. She looked in a bit of bother because they were quickening up front, and she conceded them a good, 4 lengths.
Yeah.
And yet the way she's gone through the line, you can see why she was made favourite for her debut. She's obviously been showing plenty at home. And like I said, when these variant, they just know what they've got. Like a lot of the top yards, in fairness, but the market with the variant newcomers is always incredibly significant, more than many others. And like I said, if they do get beat first time out, if there was confidence behind them, they invariably win next time out or the time after that. They always ultimately justify that confidence. And she's a nice filly. She could easily be, I know, listen, she's won a pretty ropey maiden there, but the way she did it was quite telling and created a really good impression. I think she could definitely be packing class next year.
Kaliga then wins at 5-6 from Oranges and Lemons at 10s in second. Bosphorus Rose was third at 7-2. Our next contest is Wolverhampton 625 11-runner nursery, where Flane is 2-1 favourite from Clever Jack 100-30, 11-2 Buster Moon 11-2, and Bigger the remainder. That's coming up in 11 minutes time. More on that very soon. I'm going to pass you over to Betting TV because they've got some action for you in the meanwhile, as well as build up to the big Irish Greyhound Derby a little bit later.
If he can't land the biggest prize in Ireland.
Yeah, the Irish Greyhound Derby final, the 9:24 at Shelbourne tonight. There you go, Danny Jackson priming you up for it with 6 Bocco's Diamond as her idea of the winner. We're going to go virtual low to Hope Park next for the 6:16, a mile and 2 furlongs virtually ahead of them here. Let's go join the build-up.
No more bets.
They're off. 5 taking up the running there. 7 is close behind. 14 trailing the rear of the field. And 7 is making good headway. And we have a new leader, number 4. Into the bend now, and look at them go. 4 is the leader. 5 in second place. 14 is the back marker. 13 is challenging for the lead. 6 is starting to look a little tired. 13 is beginning to close. Number 4 retains his lead, but 13 is making ground on him. As they come out of that bend, number 4 still heads the field. 13 is on his heels. Number 4 leading the pack, and they go down the straight. The winning post is fast approaching, and as they pass it, first, number 4. Number 13 is second. Number 12 is third.
Yep, the winner there, number 4, Tenby at 12-1. Incidentally, that 6:04 Greyhound race at Oxford has been declared void. The hare was stopped in that contest for safety reasons. So the 6:04 Oxford, a void contest. On the horse racing front, by the way, you may have or may not have seen that Cork has been abandoned for tomorrow, and they're also going to inspect tomorrow morning at Exeter. A 7 a.m. precautionary inspection at Exeter tomorrow morning, in case you weren't aware. Factoring that into your Sunday betting plans, perhaps. The 6:18 at Gulfstream is not so far away. 6.5 furlongs in trip. Iron Hand 5-4 and favourite here. It is 9-2 about Lawler 11-2 Raw of the Beast and 6-1 about Helicon, 15-2 Elliott House, and then double figure prices the remainder. And we're not so far away from the 6.25 at Wolverhampton. I'll have a look at the favourite here. Flame, 9-4 from 2-1. Clever Jack, 100-30. 6-1 Arlecchino's Rex, and 13-2 Aim for the Ball. 7-1 Buster Moon and 8-1 Tiempo Alegre there. 22s and bigger the remainder. Also prices up. We get busy stateside with Churchill at 6.29. There's 6.33 at Tampa Bay. And some Greyhound action as well to come in the near future. Oxford 6.21 scheduled to go. 7-4 favourite there, Savannah Yahoo in Orange. 6.26 at Hove and 6.29 at Doncaster, all on screen. So plenty to get stuck into in the next few minutes. They're just about to arrive at the post at Gulfstream. At the post then, Gulfstream. Racing Post here have gone with number 1, Matty Goll, who is an absentee, unfortunately. Next best is the favourite, Iron Hand. 5-4, number 5, and then number 6. If you fancy in the forecast and following the post, 6-1 about Raw of the Beast, number 6 for this 6.18 at Gulfstream.
You join us back on William Hill Racing Radio ahead of our 6.25 at Wolverhampton. Over the 7 for a Class 6 nursery here, and we've got 11 runners in total. Flame is 9-4, heading the market. Clever Jack is 100-30. Arlecchino's Rex is 11-2. 15-2 for Buster Moon. Aim for the Bull is 17-2. Tiempo Alegre is 9-1. Fiery Angel, I should say, at 25s. It's 25s and bigger here. We'll start with the one at the top of the market if we can, Alistair. Flame's been in some decent form of late, and is 5-2 to continue today.
Yes, formerly with Tom Dascombe, of course, didn't pull up any trees for that yard, it has to be said, but all change since moving to, where's he called? David Loughnane, isn't it? Returned from 2 months off to win over this far at Southwell, and then ran second at Chelmsford. Was never far away, strong through the line over a mile, seemed to stay the trip fine, but just bumped into a dark one, a very well back. She went off Manara, went off favourite for Ammo Racing, and fair to say that Flame probably bumped into one that day. So yeah, she's got very solid claims, I'd say, off what is just a £1 higher mark. So yeah, a hard horse to knock. I thought Clever Jack could be interesting here. The Ed Dunlop horse, ridden by Billy Loughnane, went off a very well back favourite for his handicap debut at Newcastle, and got beat by a horse called looked for forever and a day that he was going to win, and literally just got nailed right on the line. But beat by Lawrence Dreamer, Mick Easterby horse, who went on to win back at Newcastle next time out, and has since finished a close third back there as well, but now rated 69. And that day at Newcastle, he was running off, was running off 59. So clearly was very well handicapped on that occasion, and Clever Jack to push her to ahead. and was, like I said, probably unlucky not to win, then that was a perfectly good run. Admittedly, Clever Jack is now, £4 higher, but I think he can deal with that. They've put the cheek pieces on. Stall 11 isn't ideal, but especially on the 7 furlong course at Wolverhampton, because the bend comes pretty quick. But there is going to be a strong pace in here. I'd say Lime Green Tangerine and Arlecchino's Rex. You know, both will like to be handy if they're ridden, if usual tactics are adopted. So I think with a good pace on the cards, I think Stall 11 might not be too much of a drawback for a Clever Jack. And like I said, I'm pretty convinced he's on a lenient mark.
I thought Arlecchino's Rex was interesting here. It's been beat by some decent performers in recent starts. Has been gelded since that last run, and he's pretty well supported towards the off, around 9-2 from 7s just 5 minutes ago.
Yeah, beaten about 10 lengths and in his last 2 races. I mean, he needs to improve. He's posted RPRs in the 40s, so he gets in here off a mark of 52. So there's a bit of guesswork involved. He clearly needs to have come on for being gelded, which could well be the case. Has been off since late July, so also lacks a bit of recent match practice. But yeah, he's a handicap debutant who has been gelded, so there are positive angles to view with regards to that horse's chance.
All the others, bigger prices. Tiempo Alegre's in here at 11-2, 7-1 then for Buster Moon. It's around 15-2 for Aim for the Bull. Any chance for those at bigger prices?
Yeah, Buster Moon, another handicap debutant from a shrewd yard. It's definitely shown more than what Arlecchino's Rex has, I would have thought. Hence the much higher mark, but shrewd yard, and yet this horse is 8-1 for its handicap debut. Buster Moon, I think you'd want to see a bit more confidence behind him than that. Tiempo Alegre, it's had a few chances now, north from 6, heavy ground wouldn't have suited last time out, but has never finished closer than 4 lengths to the principals, and she doesn't really seem to be going anywhere at the minute.
Looking ahead then to the 6:25 at Wolverhampton, 11 runners, 7 furlongs for a Class 6 nursery, and the pick is Clever Jack at 9-2. Flane is 11-4. Tiempo Alegre's moved into third favouritism at 5-1, as Arlecchino's Rex is on the drift as 11-2. Aim for the Bull, 7-1. Buster Moon, 8s. Fastnet Jenkins is 18s. Lime Green Tangerine, 25s. Fiery Angel, 28s. 40s for Bruce Banner. And Hashtag Notions is the 40-1 outsider. It looks like they got the first 3 or 4 loaded forwards, just waiting on 5 or 6 to complete the lineup. Lime Green and Tangerine not far from going forwards, nor is the one horse, that's Clever Jack the pick, Billy Loughnane on board at 4-1. It's a pretty competitive market, this, Alistair, with about half of them loaded forwards, though.
Yeah, there are. What are the 6 or 7 in single figures? Yeah. So 11-4 the field. It's a typically open nursery. A good few big chances.
Looks like 5 of them have now moved forwards. Hashtag Notions goes into stall 1, with 6 of them left to load. Flane's gone 5-2 favourite from Clever Jack at 4-1. Tiempo Alegre solid at 5s. Arlecchino's Rex not moved 11-2. Aim for the Bull, bit of support, 13-2. Buster Moon is 8 still. Then big prices for the remainder. Fastnet Jenkins 20s, Lime Green Tangerine 25s, Fiery Angel 28s, 40s, Bruce Banner 40s. Hashtag Notions with 5 to complete the lineup here. Enhanced odds available online. Flame to finish first or second, boosted to 11-10 in this Class 6 nursery contest. Just the 11 runners in total, and it looks like we're just waiting on 3 to complete the lineup of 11. Next one moves forwards. That's the far side Bruce Banner into stall 9. The orange jacket of Aim for the Bull goes into stall 4. And we're just waiting on one more. That's number 2, Buster Moon, in the light blue with the darker blue stars on the jacket. So just 2 to complete the lineup here for the 6:25 at Wolverhampton. The penultimate one moves forwards, and that leaves just number 2 to complete the set of 11. If you're just joining us, the pick is Clever Jack at 4-1, as Flane is solid at 11-4. Let's go and take the call and see how they run.
It's the last one in, and then we'll be ready to go. Buster Moon going into stall number 10. Ready to go for the Know Your Limits with BetMGM Nursery Handicap over 7 furlongs, and they are off and they are racing. Very wide, Clever Jack looking for an early position, but Arlecchino's Rex broke well, as did Lime Green Tangerine, who's got to the front. Very keen Buster Moon in behind them. Also, Flane is right up there. The blue and green is now right round the outside. Clever Jack comes to contest the lead with Lime Green Tangerine and Arlecchino's Rex. Then in behind is Flane on the inside in the blue and green colours. Out wider, Buster Moon try to switch off in the star jacket. Widest of all is Fiery Angel. Then towards the inside of the orange is Aim for the Bull and Kieran Schumark. They're followed by Hashtag Notions. The white cap of the black star, Tiempo Alegre, Dylan Hogan. The yellow cap is Fastnet Jenkins and Archie Young. As they go around the bend at the rear of the field is Bruce Banner. So leading is Lime Green Tangerine with Clever Jack and Billy Lochnan for company. 3 furlongs to go. Arlecchino's Rex is well positioned in third place. Then comes Buster Moon. Ridden along is Flane against the rail for Connor Planis. Then in behind also ridden Aim for the Bull. They're followed through by Tiempo Alegre. Then Fastnet Jenkins swinging into the straight. And it's Clever Jack, who's now a length clear from Arlecchino's Rex, who's trying to cover that move under David Probert. Flane's in third place. Then in behind Buster Moon from the back. Tiempo Alegre's trying to run on, but Arlecchino's Rex takes over now, well inside the final furlong, being chased by Flane in second place as Clever Jack fades. And heading up towards the line is going to be a double for David Probert for the well-backed Arlecchino's Rex, who thunders in here from Flane in second place. Third was Tiempo Alegre, who made good late gains. Then Buster Moon and the fading Clever Jack.
Well, that's massive improvement there from the winner. Goes the way of number 9, Arlecchino's Rex. The gelding operation clearly did the trick, Alistair.
Absolutely, yeah. The market told the tale, didn't it? Been off 120 days. They've had him gelded, and they knew he was on a good mark. That wasn't obvious on his form, but he's clearly, come on enormously for being for undergoing that procedure. Clever Jack has run himself into the ground. Essentially, you just cannot make up that sort of ground from stall 11. I thought he'd drop him in. Thought there'd be a good pace on, and he'd drop him in, but he's done the complete opposite, and you just knew even when he kicked on turning in he was going to fall in a hole. You just cannot maintain that sort of gallop. He'd done too much early running, so I'll be giving him another chance in a different sort of race, different scenario. But Arlecchino's Rex, let's see if he's got another entry. I don't know if they'll turn him out quickly. Probably hasn't. Being a 2-year-old, no, but he's gonna pay the price for that.
Arlecchino's Rex, 6-1, the winner there from Flane, 5-2. Tiempo Alegre was 5-1 in third. We go back to Newcastle shortly for their 6:40. That's coming up in around 10 minutes' time. Just taking a look again at what we've got tomorrow afternoon. We've got some good racing tomorrow. I've just seen Exeter are calling an inspection, so we might not be racing much in this country. Hopefully got some nice performers in Ireland. We talked about the feature, but apart from that race, we got some nice maiden hurdles. Argento Boy I've heard a lot of talk about, and Farron Gloria Novice Chaser potentially going places. Looks like a nice card to get stuck into tomorrow.
Yeah, I'll just get it back up now. Punchestown does a good card. I did notice Farron Gloria is entered for the Novice Chase Fair. Is that the that's today's card? That's no good, is it?
150 Farron Glory, because he was behind In the Pocket, right, wasn't he, on debut, who I think could be a really nice horse this season, In the Pocket.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. The McManus horse with Henry de Bromhead, his novice hurdle form stacks up really well. Last season never really got off the ground, did it, due to setbacks, but yeah, he could be he's a nice horse. Argento Boy, of course, yeah, you mentioned him. He runs in the maiden hurdle at 12.05. He ran in the champion bumper, didn't he, at Cheltenham? Some competitive handicaps, and yeah, that grade 2 novice chase is a good one. Farron Glory would have won a grade 1, wouldn't he, last season at Aintree, but for falling late on. Yeah, he's a nice horse, isn't he? Did everything right on his chase debut. As you said, he got beat by In the Pocket first time out, but no disgrace in that. He's 11-8 tomorrow, which is a bit on the tight side, but he could be much too good for those.
I thought we saw a nice performance yesterday as well at Ascot. I don't know if you caught that. Celtic Dino won the introductory hurdle. That's right, because we mentioned Wade Out, didn't we, earlier? The Ollie Murphy train runner, but this Celtic Dino giving weight away, that was a good performance, I thought.
Yes, it was. He's a nice horse, isn't he? They've always thought a bit of him. His form stacks up. He was given a good no-nonsense ride from the front yesterday, wasn't he? And Yeah, those connections have got a lot of nice horses. Sam Thomas for Di Walters, and he's definitely up there.
Yeah, that was what we saw yesterday afternoon. Plenty more action to come tomorrow, of course, at Punchestown, and hopefully at both Exeter and Uttoxeter in this country. We've also got at 6:40 tomorrow morning the Grade 1 in Japan. I might be getting up to watch that because there's a few European representatives there. We are going to go back to Newcastle shortly. Their 6:40 is 7 minutes away, and Stella Hogan tops the market here at 6-4 from Mambar at 9-2. Kalianassa is 5-1, Buttercross Flyer 8-9s, Run for the Sun, Volcanology is 12s, Pennygent is 14s, Fire and Rain 25s. More on that soon, 33s and bigger. We'll be back with you shortly.
William Hill Racing Radio brings you every UK race every day and the best of the action from over the Irish Sea. Expert tips and analysis, epic value and live commentaries, all in one place, right here on William Hill Racing Radio.
Yeah, runners are out on track now and heading towards the stalls for our next contest at Newcastle. It's the 6:40 and we're racing over a mile for a fillies handicap. Stella Hogan is 13-8, Mambar 9-2, 5's Kalianassa, 7s and bigger. We've got number 4 as a non-runner here, so we're down to a field of 10, but it's competitive nonetheless. Plenty of these have chances. Alistair will start with the favourite, Stella Hogan for Ali Rawlinson.
Yes, sorry, I was on mute again. 6-4. Pretty similar to on her debut for this yard, to be honest, when she was very well back, went off 7-4, favourite for a handicap over the extended mile at Wolverhampton. Got behind. I mean, you could easily give her another chance because she did get behind, and then she was sort of forced wide into the straight. And was never that dangerous. Finished only 5th of 11, beaten about 3 lengths.
Silent Miracle shows the way by a length, going up in second. Heat Merchant, and tucked away nicely, Told It All on the inside of Ready for a Fight. A length behind them, Guns and Rojas, and up the rails, Exchange Day, and the trailer is Jamisa.
Arlo Pride 6-1, Fletcher's Dream 13-2, Too Much 17-2, Nelson Gay 9-1, Matisse is 11-1, 12-1 Phoenix Beach, Lady Nunthorpe 12-1, Brazilian Rose, Jamie Bond both 20s, Jamie Bond down from 28s, and 25-1 Masterclass. So Mondam Edge, who can be a bit of a handful at the start, is going to be the first one forward. He went down early. He's got the blindfold on, and he's consenting to go forward here under Cam Hardy into stall number 5. Got winning form off marks in the 90s in the past, Mondam Edge, but he's down to 68 tonight. Lady Nunthorpe, who was a winner at Southwell 5 weeks ago, goes into stall 3, into 8. Will be Masterclass next door to MJK, who's gone in. Jamie Bond is out the back as Matisse goes forward. Darlow Pride's just gone in now, so Masterclass the Grey coming forward to stall 8. Brazilian Rose going into stall 1. 5 to go, 5 to load. Phoenix Beach goes in. Fletcher's Dream and Too Much will be followed by Nelson Gay. Last one to come forward will be stall 4, Jamie Bond and David Nolan. And he'll be the last one for this 5 furlong dash. Race 8 on the card. Jamie Bond being brought forward. Starter Russ Garrity ready for them. They're ready. They're off. Racing away over 5 furlongs. Lady Nunthorpe has blown the start completely. There was awkward as the gates open and has lost many lengths in the staying control with Bet UK handicap. Away smartly MJK, the black jacket. Right up there is Fletcher's Dream in the light green and the grey Darlow Pride. Blue and white away to the left is Too Much, followed by Masterclass and Nelson Gay. Monda Medj, and then towards the extreme right is Brazilian Rose. Last of the main group is Jamie Bond, and Lady Nunthorpe is well behind. Fletcher's Dream under pressure, being joined again by MJK, Darlow Pride. Brazilian Rise right over on the far side. Phoenix Beach, Nelson Gay looking for a way through. Too Much and Monda Medj towards the near side as well inside the furlong. It's Too Much, Darlow Pride. Here's Matisse on the stand side. Monda Medj coming between them as well. Monda Medj, Darlow Pride, and on the near side Matisse. Monda Medj has done it. Back to form, and he won and saw off Matisse and Darlow Pride, who was always up there. Close next with Nelson Gay, MJK, and they were followed in by Too Much.
at 15-2. So last three coming in. Won't be too much longer now. Commander Straker, Night on Earth, and Ziggy's Missile, the last trio. Ziggy's Missile, the last one in. Now we'll be set to go. All in. For the Take Time to Think with Bet UK handicap. Over 5 furlongs. They're off and racing. Starts could be pretty crucial here. Good start by Night on Earth on the inside. One Night Stand, who loves to blaze the trails, got away handily. Ecclesiasticals just right in behind them with Bang on the Bell, very, very keen. Maroon headgear on the inside. Then comes Ziggy's Missile with Ancient Times on that one's inside. Level Up, Catch Cunningham, Diomed Spirits, and the red cap out wider. Commander Straker in the green is last of all as they now head towards the halfway stage. Night on Earth in the lead from One Night Stand in second place. Then comes Bang on the Bell, who's alongside Ecclesiastical. Ziggy's Missile midfield for Billy Lochnan, up against the rail. Ancient Times level up in behind with Catch Cunningham, yellow with the red stars. Diomed Spirit, and outpace so far Commander Straker down the straight with a furlong and a half to go. Night on Earth taken on by One Night Stand. Bang on the Bell's got a gap if good enough. Ecclesiastical, then comes Ziggy's Missile. Ancient Times towards the far side. One Night Stand has the lead. Ziggy's Missile's now the last challenger. One Night Stand though pulling out a little bit more to the line, and One Night Stand is the winner from Ziggy's Missile. Bang on the Bell and Ancient Times were close for third.
The final couple to complete the lineup, Like a Shadow, Brandon Wilkie on board, goes into 6, and that leaves just the final 1 or 2 to complete this set of 11. This is the 740 at Newcastle, a 7 furlong handicap. The last race on the cards as Street Lightning goes into stall 9. Let's go back to Stephen Powell for the call.
King's School is coming forward. Prophet Street's gone forward. 2 to go. The Ganges into stall 11. And King's School into stall 10 will be the final one to come forward. And King's School in. We're ready for the final race. Race 9. They're racing. 7 furlongs is the trip here for the Gamble Responsibly at BetMGM Apprentice Handicap. Paris Lights having to be firmly driven, leaving the starting stalls to keep up with the other 10. Meanwhile, up front, Paris Lights and Crown's Lady going forward, the grey leading up to Yorkstone. Barnaby's tucking in behind them in a share of 3rd from No Nay Nicky. And then the black sleeves and cap on the left of Prophet Street. Like a Shadow, red, white and blue tucked in behind them with Novak and the Ganges. And then we've got Street Lightning, Paris Lights and King's School towards the back under Kaya Fraser as the field come down towards the 4 furlong pole. It is Crown's Lady who leads by 3/4 of a length, flanked on either side. Yorkstone on the right, Prophet Street on the left. 3/4 again in force to No Nay Nicky. Barnaby under pressure from Like a Shadow. The Ganges making ground towards the left, the grey. Another grey on the right is Novak. And then in behind them is Paris Lights and Street Lightning. And still King's School got plenty on with 1/4 mile left to go. Crown's Lady, Yorkstone. Barnaby on the far side. They're being followed through by Paris Lights, who's running on from the rear despite having blown the start. Then Prophet Street. King's School's going to have to fly late under the stands rail as on the far side Barnaby's hit the front again here at Gosforth Park from Crown's Lady. Yorkstone running on King's School and flying out of the pack. Barnaby got first run. King's School bearing down. Barnaby has done it again. 4 wins on the spin. King's School 4 seconds on the spin, and they were clear from Crown's Lady, Paris Lights, and on the far side Yorkstone.
Yeah, Barnaby is first past the post there, has beaten the late flying King's School, and the pair of them pulled a little bit way clear from it. Well, it's a tight finish. It looks like the 8 has held on there. 4th, no, I shouldn't say the 8, not the 8. It's the green and yellow colours in 3rd there. It's we'll confirm that for you shortly. But the winner is Barnaby, who just held on, Alistair.
Yeah, King's School, yet again, just found 1 too good, and yet again found Barnaby just too good. But Barnaby was good value for that, wasn't he? He's quickened out well on the far side, and yeah, it'd been criminal had he got beat. Crown's Ladies ran well. Can't believe she's not finished in the first 3. I think she's been pipped for 3rd by Paris Lights, is it?
Yeah, it was Paris Lights. It was the 6th.
Yeah.
Yeah,
but she's ran a good race. Crown, I mean, you wouldn't think she's been well held in the end by the front 2, but maybe just went off a stride too fast. And when you try that at Newcastle, it's a stiff finish, isn't it? And often you get found out. But I've got no doubt she can win again, maybe off a less contested pace. But you can't knock Barnaby. He's won 4 on the bounce now, and that takes a bit of doing at any level.
Barnaby 100-30 from King's School, 5-2 favourite. 2nd, Paris Lights confirmed as the 3rd there at 14-1. Got to say, I feel a bit bad for Gemma Tutty. I've had to look through her last 12 runners. If King's School included, that's 5 seconds and 3/3 from her latest 12 runners. She's had a really good season though, Gemma Tutty, but a bit of, well, misfortune in the last sort of 7 or 8 runners.
Yeah, nothing you can do about that, is there? You know, you just need the rub of the green, and she'll get 1. It's like it happens with us with naps and whatnot. Yeah. You know, you keep knocking on the door, you get 1, and then all of a sudden you put 2 or 3 together. I'm sure that will happen because the horses are running fine.
Barnaby then, nice winner, 4 in a row for Connections. 7:55 though is our next point of call with Wolverhampton. That's over 1 mile and 6 furlongs for this handicap. Percy Jones 9-4, market leader from Saxapeel at 7-2. Outgun 9-2, Paramount 6-1. It's 8-1 and bigger. The remainder, number 8, is the non-runner in our next contest at Wolverhampton. 2 more to bring you this evening: the 7:55 as well as the 8:25. As we said, Alistair, it's felt like quite a long day, but we've seen some nice performances. We went into them in more depth earlier on. What's been the standout for you today?
Oh, Beauport for me.
Oh, of course. How could I forget?
Absolutely.
How could I
That
forget?
was thoroughly likeable viewing. In fairness to him, 3 mile 5 round Ascot, takes a bit of jumping, and he jumped them silly. You won't see a horse jump better around Ascot for a long time. But so, yeah, from a personal perspective, definitely Beauport. But, yeah, Ballyburn was something else, wasn't he?
Yeah.
You know, to jump around Pontchartrain like he did, it very similar to how Galloping de Champs did it and Gaelic Warrior 12 months ago in that very same race. It was all they could have asked for and more. He was good on a stride, and he was clever when he wasn't. He looked thoroughly assured throughout, and yeah, I think he'll be bound for the Arc. I'll be amazed if not. And he's something seriously exciting, isn't he? And State Man, I thought, he got beat. First time he's got beat in Ireland, but I thought it was a really good performance against a race-fit mare who is held in the highest regard. I wouldn't be knocking State Man at all for that defeat. And he'll take the world of beating next time out.
I know we say it year after year with a lot of these horses, but Ballyburn is honestly one that I could see winning over 2 miles in a top sort of grade 1 hurdle and 3 miles in a grade 1 chase. At this point in his career, he's that sort of type where you could see him stepping up, but he's got the pace to stick to 2.
Yeah, well, that's it. He should stay. He's bred to stay, and he was bought to stay. I mean, obviously he's got a pointing background, but he's got so much speed. He's similar to sort of Gaelic Warrior, isn't he?
Yeah.
And Galloping de Champs during his younger years, he wasn't short of speed at all. But yeah, similar to Gaelic Warrior in that he's good enough to win top class races over 2 mile and 3. Freakish talents. I mean, we take it for granted with these Mullins horses. In any other yard there'd be a horse of a lifetime, all these horses, and yet they've just got such amazing strength in depth. We sort of take it for granted that they're just going to rock up and win races with mesmeric performances, and we should never do that because they're just good to watch, aren't they? Top class chasers. You just cannot beat it.
Do we think Gaelic Warrior goes to the King George? He's favourite to win the race, but I don't know. I just every time I've seen him, I thought he's got the speed to sort of stick to the 2.5 mile route, but clearly Connections think he can stay 3.
Oh yeah, he can stay 3. He's just got he's got everything, hasn't he?
Yeah. He's quite quirky though, isn't he?
Pardon?
He's quite quirky. We've seen in the past.
Yeah, well, you can't deny that because he has got the odd quirk. But there's all the greats have a tweak here or there, don't they? And he is. I remember writing after he won this beginner's chase in the Weekender piece saying that I think Gaelic Warrior could end up, he's not there yet, but he could end up the best horse Mullins has got in his yard. And he's right up there now, clearly. He came out and won an Arkle. So, but yeah, he has got that, as he showed last season, he has got that blip in him. But when he's good, he's very good. And yeah, I think the King George will be right up his alley.
It's another one that we didn't mention, one of Rich Ritchie's as well. He could have a flying season. Lossiemouth, Champion Hurdle Bound, Gaelic Warrior, King George. Oh, another good season for him. Not that he needs any more winners as he's past 100.
Yeah, they had a couple of quiet seasons, didn't they? Season before last, I think, a couple of seasons where he actually said we were a bit short. And they were rebuilding and they reinvested, and look at them now.
We're going to go to Wolverhampton next for their 7:55. 10 runners here for a mile and 6 furlong handicap contest. Percy Jones is the 9-4 market leader from Sax Appeal at 7-2. 9-2 for Outgun. Paramount is 7-1. Charlie Longston, the trainer. Sundancer Girl is 10s. Optician 12s. D-Day Arvellen Reaver is 12-1. Eagles Realm is 22s. Halifon's the same price, and Banderas is 40-1. Number 8 is the only non-runner here, so we'll get stuck into a few of these. Percy Jones, Alistair, was a winner last time out. Billy Loughnane on board, 9-4 to make it 2 in a row today. Yeah,
that was over 2 mile. Just held on by a head. He's only ever won at Wolverhampton, hasn't he? So he clearly likes the track. He's back out at mile on 6 today. He disputed the lead last time, so back in trip, expect him to be ridden positively. He's only going up £3. He's got to have every chance. Well, I quite like it is Paramount, the top one, who stuffed out of sight last time at Kempton, but that was a 36 grand Class 2 handicap. And as the weight would suggest, he's got top weight. But he's back at a much easier level. Jack Doughty takes off £5, which is very valuable. And even though he's only ever won a bumper and 3 hurdles, he has been 3 times runner-up on the all-weather. Also, twice finished 3rd. I mean, he's definitely got a race in him off this sort of mark. And like I said, he's down in class at a much easier level than last time at Kempton. And you know, at this sort of level, I do like horses that have got big weights and are being downgraded. So Paramount's definitely going to get the nod, I think.
Okay, Paramount then, 7 to 1. Interesting here. What about Sax Appeal? Strong in the market, 7 to 2 now. 3rd last time out. Billy Loughnane was on board that day. He's on Percy Jones today. Archie Young takes over.
Yeah, he's off his last winning mark. It was a good 3rd last time at Chelmsford, as you said. Change of jockey tonight. He does go well for Archie Young, and that £5 could come in very handy. You can see why he's prominent in the market. Sundancer Girl has to be worth a mention. Got a good strike rate of 4 from 12, and all those wins have come in her last 6 starts. So something's clicked. They rode a Calder last time at Lingfield. That was the reason put forward for her return to form. And she's only going up £3. She too is definitely with a chance. 3-year-old filly, banging form, dangerous to dismiss, you would think.
Outgun could have a chance as well. Alan King's stable has been steadily picking up in form. They had a few winners earlier on in the week, Menagio as well as Charisma Cat. This is back on the flat, and Outgun is, well, around about 4 to 1 from 9 to 2 a moment ago.
Yeah, I don't know what happened last time. That was a Class 4 handicap, so back into a Class 5, but he was beaten 20 lengths at Kempton. I have no idea why. Because the time before he won quite nicely to justify favouritism over 1.5 miles. I don't think stepping up to mile 6 will be a bother at all. He has been did try hurdling there once when he fell. Just whether you can trust him after that very poor run last time out, and why that was.
I'll be honest, the one that interests me most and has been steadily supported towards the off is Eagles Realm. Mason Patel, we mentioned him earlier, is 14 to 1 this horse for Killahenna and McPherson. Any chance at a bigger price?
Well, if you go back a while, and he has won 4 times on the Tapata, and he's back to a better mark now. I don't know. I just think, he was only beaten just under 2 lengths by a horse called Percy Willis on his last visit here. That was over 1.5 miles last week, and his profile would suggest that he needs more than 1.5 miles. So, yeah, given the trip of the race that day, I think you can upgrade that performance. And he's got very low weight, 9.4, obviously, with the jockey taking away 7. So, yeah, I can see that.
Looking ahead to the 7.55 here at Wolverhampton, it's the penultimate contest over 1 mile and 6 furlongs. 10 runners in total. It's a Class 5 handicap, and Percy Jones is the 2 to 1 market leader from Sax Appeal at 4 to 1. Outgun is 9 to 2. Paramount, though, is 7 to 1. And is your selection for those joining us, Alistair?
Yes, Paramount. He's a horse who has been knocking on. He's only won a bumper and 3 times over hurdles, but he has been knocking on the door on the flat, and this is a much easier assignment than last time at Kempton in a valuable Class 2 race. So Jack Doughty takes away £5. I like the class angle, being downgraded, giving weight to inferior horses. So I think Paramount will give us a run for our money.
Yeah, that's Paramount at 7s. D-Day Aravan Lira is 12 to 1. Next in, Sundancer Girl is 12s. Optician 14s. Eagles Realm 18s. Halif on the same price. And Banderas is the 33 to 1 outsider. Well over half the field already loaded forward, so we're not far away from jumping off here for the 7.55. 5. Looks like Sax Appeal is still to go forwards, as well as D-Day, Arval and Riva, 12-1 with Sean Levy on board. Final few moving forwards then for the 755. As I said, this is the penultimate contest at Wolverhampton, over 1 3/4 miles. And we will go with just 1 or 2 to complete the lineup. Take the call.
Playing up Banderas, 1 to go. Outgun is the last in. So Outgun goes in, all in for the next race here. Longest race of the night here at Wolverhampton. They're often racing. Banderas was very slow into stride
first
for the Safer Gambling Week
Plenty
2024 with Bet UK
for the lead here, out wider D-Day, Arval and Riva, but leading now.
Catch up as they head through that first furlong. Plenty on for the lead here, out wider D-Day, Arval and Riva, but leading now is Sax Appeal in the blue with the light green epaulettes. In behind, travelling strongly, Optician in the green and mauve, just trying to get some cover. Paramount now coming around runners and is now coming to contest the overall lead. The yellow and blue of Percy Jones now vying for third place. The noseband of Sundancer Girl, she's been in good form, was on the inside of Optician. Then we have the grey Outgun, who's posted alongside Eagle's Realm at the bottom of the weights here as they begin the swing into the straight for the first time. Halifon comes next, the black, green and white colours, the back marker, the slow starting Banderas and Jonathan England. First 2 have gone 6-7 lengths clear up the home straight. Sax Appeal with being pestered for the lead by Paramount. He wants to go quicker, and these 2 have about 5-6 lengths in hand of the pursuers, headed by D-Day, Arval and Riva, alongside the recent winner here, Percy Jones, and the yellow sleeves and cap. Then comes Optician on the outside of the nose-banded Sundancer Girl. Out wider, Outgun the grey David Probert, moving a bit closer, seeks a treble on the card, now moving up into about 5th position. White sleeves of Eagle's Realm's only got a couple behind. Banderas is one of those up against the rail as they begin the turn away, with Halifon also out the back. So going around the bend, must be 12 lengths first to last. Sax Appeal, Archie Young with for company Paramount and Jack Doughty in front by 3 now. Outgun's gone into 3rd position. Now around the outside, Optician gets closer. Percy Jones stays by the rail. Then D-Day, Arval and Riva, followed through by Sundancer Girl and Callum Hutchinson, who comes next. Then in behind that is Eagle's Realm, followed through by Halifon, and Banderas still remains the back marker, some 10 lengths off the leader. Down the back straight, then they have just inside 5 furlongs to go. Sax Appeal and Paramount, little between them. Then in behind is Optician on the outside of Outgun. Then comes up against the rail Percy Jones with D-Day, Arval and Riva, the red and white striped sleeves on the outside. Sundancer Girl comes next with Eagle's Realm. They've got much closer now. All of a sudden, backing out of it, Sax Appeal. Halifon at the back of the group, and Banderas struggles as they head past the 3. Paramount in front, Optician challenging. Outgun under pressure. D-Day, Arval and Riva under pressure. Percy Jones looking for an out as Billy Lott now, with Eagle's Realm trying to keep that one wedged in as they turn in. Halifon and Sundancer Girl come next inside the 2. Paramount still leading down the home straight here from Optician in second, challenging under Charlie Bishop. D-Day, Arval and Riva, Eagle's Realm, Sundancer Girl up against the rail. Percy Jones has not picked up yet. From the back comes Halifon, but Paramount still out in front here under Jack Doughty and has a good 2-3 length advantage, and Paramount is not stopping. He's clear under Jack Doughty and heading up towards line. Paramount here staying on very strongly. A good staying performance will win. Optician, Eagle's Realm are close for second. D-Day, Arval and Riva, Halifon was next, and then came Sundancer Girl.
Oh, wow. Paramount has won from Optician and Eagle's Realm, and my plaudits go fully to you, Alistair.
Yeah, I got a bit. I didn't think they'd gone particularly fast, and I got a bit concerned when Sax Appeal sort of dropped out the back of the telly, thinking, well, maybe they have, sort of deceptively, but they didn't seem to. So I don't know what's happened to Sax Appeal, but fair play to Paramount, given a good ride. They didn't go too hard. He's dominated, and all he does is stay. He's a horse that's won over hurdles. He was given a good no-nonsense ride, and the tactics made a lot of sense, provided they didn't go off too fast, and they clearly didn't. So he's a good lad, that Jack Doughty. Very good value for his claim, and I just like a top weight when they come back down in grade, and you could forgive him that last run, and he had been really in very solid form prior to that. So fair play.
Paramount, your 7-1 winner there. Optician, 14s in second. Eagle's Realm, third at 18s. And I think you were spot on, Alistair. Eagle's Realm looked like he could do another lap of that circuit there. I think he needs 2 miles again. And I do think he's worth taking note of maybe next time if he does step up again.
Yeah, I didn't really watch him. I'd got all eyes on Paramount. Yeah. But, he's a horse who, he does stay too well. We know that, and that's probably the way forward.
Brilliant. We've got one more to go then at Wolverhampton. Their 8.25 is a 1 mile, 1 furlong handicap. The extended 9 furlongs here. 13 runners in total. Westridge, your 2-1 market leader. From Khoikhoi, 7-2. Glenbuck, the same price. King's Code is as well. Parlando, 11s. It's 12s and bigger. It's an extra place race as well, paying the 4 rather than the 3, with 13 runners heading to post for our last contest. We're going to take another break. We're going to pass you over to Betting TV because they've got loads of action now. The Greyhounds have probably got into gear over in Ireland, and a very enthusiastic commentator, from what I heard about 20 minutes ago.
Yeah.
he was really getting into it, wasn't he?
He was.
Fair play.